Are the official scorers for today's game, and Chamara De Silva is assisting the DLS for today's game as well. The two openers are out in the middle, the LOLC. It is brilliant conditions for cricket. The lush green outfields, the clear sky. There are some brilliant cricket is underway. The Sporty.lk brought you every single action live. You can join us on YouTube, the official Sporty.lk YouTube channel. The Commercial Bank with the blue outfit, the identical, a red and navy, the LOLC batters. This is MCA C Division game. There are so much cricket waiting today. And here's the table, points table of the MCA C Division tournament. LOLC stay on top, played one game and won one. And Commercial Bank stays at the second position. They played two games and won one match and lost one game against TJ at this venue. It's a game between the top two sides of the points table. It's definitely be a cracker. And here's a field set up by Commercial Bank. Two slips in place. The ball is Anuruddha Rajapaksha. He's open the bowling for Commercial Bank. It's a medium right arm, medium pace bowler. Brilliant start, right on the money. Pitched up. A little hint of movement towards the batsman. Abhishek Pereira and Eranda Madhushankar are the two openers for LOLC. Abhishek Pereira, the right-handed batter. It's a very good strike rate. Here comes Anuruddha Rajapaksha. Brilliant delivery. The previous delivery was moved into the right-hander and this one moved away. So he's mixing things up. A very good start from Commercial Bank and Anuruddha Rajapaksha. Here's the stats of Anuruddha Rajapaksha. It's a very economical bowler. Pitched up and a quick single. Very good running between the wicket and the occasion from the two batters. So Eranda Madhushankar is facing his first ball. Here's Eranda Madhushankar, the right-handed batsman. Here comes Anuruddha Rajapaksha. A very good delivery and a very good leave by the batter as well. Pitched up on good length. Not too much pace offered, so the batter has his work cut out. A very good delivery. This is brilliant start from the bowler. Got his length and line right straight away from the ball number one. This is very good stuff. He's bowling to his plan. Two sips in pace. It's an attacking field set up by Commercial Bank. There's no doubt they're looking for wickets. A wayward delivery down the leg side. A wide delivery. The first extra in today's game. Here's the replay. That was angled too much. Tried to bring the ball into the right-hander, but overcooked by the bowler. Flashed outside, and that concludes the first over. LOLC 2 for none. The two teams, Commercial Bank skipper Gimhan Ashirwada, Anuruddha Rajapaksha, Dushen Nelaka, Gayana Preethimal, Pasindu Denipitiya, Praveen Kumara Peruma, Sachinda Gunawardana, Subuddhi Kaushalya, Lasitha Nanayakar, Tamit Kalhara and Gimhan Disanayaka. And LOLC Vinut Madhushan, Abhishek Pereira, Aslan Samsudeen, Danushka Udara, Eranda Madhushanka, Kavishka Piris, Lahiru Attanayake, Purna Yapa, Sairu Dukumbura, Shihan Fernando and Siddharth Mallavarachi. Is Gayana Preethimal, a right arm medium fast bowler for Commercial Bank into his first over. Pitched up. Tried to bring the batter into a stroke. It's outside the off stump. The statistics of Gayana Preethimal. It's a very good average. There he comes. A wide-ish delivery outside the off stump. Just pushed it towards the covers for another single by Abhishek Pereira. So far, a pretty decent start for both the teams. Both the bowlers have found their lengths and lines right. And the batters also very watchful earlier on. And here's Gayana Preethimal. Another good delivery. Little bit wide outside the off stump, but with the movement outwards, if he can bring that ball a little bit closer to the batter, it might bring the batsman into a stroke. Since two slips are waiting, you need to bowl closer to the batter. There he comes, Gayana Preethimal. Another one. Wide outside the off stump, and the batsman just let it go. So very good stuff from both the teams. Just keep bowling dot deliveries. Also batters, also very watchful. So far, Eranda Madhushanka is yet to get off the mark. That's better, much better from Gayana Preethimal. Just brought that delivery a little bit closer to the batter. He comes a little bit wide off the crease and try to create that angle and try to bring that batsman into a shot. It's very good stuff from Commercial Bank. So far, 3 dot deliveries on trot. Again. Just throws his bat with no feet movement. And second over is done. LOLC 3 for none. Anuruddha Rajapaksa is into his second over. Here comes Anuruddha Rajapaksa. Very good delivery. Just back off the length. Just glide it down to third man for another single by Abhishek Pereira. Abhishek Pereira, he's dealing in singles. So far, there is not much aggression from the batters. When the first power play, the two fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. We haven't seen much aggression from the batters so far. It's not a big ground, Moore Stadium. Right on the money. No room for a shot. His dot balls are piling up on Eranda Madhushanka. He feels the pressure for sure. In the previous over we saw he just throw the bat wide outside the off-stump delivery. He's desperate to get off the mark. Another good delivery. Anuruddha Rajapaksa is very smart in this situation. He's just bowling to his field, just sticking to his plan. If you look at the field setup, the second slip has moved towards gully. Another dot delivery. This is brilliant from Commercial Bank. It's putting more pressure on Eranda Madhushanka. Eranda Madhushanka, yes, he feels the heat. He's desperate to get off the mark. So far, he has faced 10 dot deliveries. Another one. Brilliant, brilliant stuff from Commercial Bank. This is very good stuff from Anuruddha Rajapaksa. Just sticking to his plan. Just keep bowling dot deliveries. Just asking a lot of questions from the batter. Here's a replay of the previous delivery. Just try to drop and run. The fielder was so quick to react as well. Brilliant. Beaten outside the off stump, and that's the end of the third over. LOLC 4 for none. That's too wide outside the off stump. Wide delivery to start off with the second over of Gayana Preethimal. That was too wide. If you look at the first game the Commercial Bank played in this venue against TJ Lanka, they conceded 30 extras, which was on the higher side. But today, they are a lot disciplined with the ball. Abhishek Pereira, the striker, so far scored with 3 singles. Another one outside the off stump, just left it alone. He get a natural movement, a natural outswing. So with that movement, obviously the bowler should try to bring the ball a little much closer to the batter. Again, an outswinger just a little too wide outside the off stump. There's no threat at all for the batter. He can do this all day long. Just leave the ball. Abhishek Pereira. And that's the first blood for Commercial Bank. That's brilliant. That's what we were talking about. Try to bring the ball closer to the batter. And this is what exactly. Look at that. Angle the ball in. Once it's pitched, straighten up. And the batter tried to go across the line. And he completely was beaten up. And that's the first wicket for Commercial Bank. A brilliant start. Beg your pardon. That's Eranda Madhushankar, the batter, was dismissed. Here's a replay of the wicket. It's an outswinger. Tried to go for a big stroke. Tried to go towards mid-wicket. And that's the first wicket they were looking for, Commercial Bank. He kept bowling dot deliveries, kept building pressure. They got the reward. The new batter, Azlan Samsudeen, another right-handed batter. And another wide delivery. Here's Grayana Preetimal. A very good delivery. An ideal liner length for the new batsman. It just came to the crease. He's pitching the ball up and inviting the batter to a stroke. This is very good stuff from Commercial Bank. They keep attacking. Two slips in place. An extra cover. Backward point and cover point in mid-off in the offside. Another good delivery. A very good start. A brilliant over from Grayana Preetimal. Commercial Bank is 6-4-1. Anuruddha Rajapaksha. Nearly a run out on that occasion. LOLC batters are living dangerous in the middle. Went for a quick single. Here's a replay. That went straight to the fielder. If it hit, definitely that would have been a goner for LOLC. A risky single. They just lost a wicket and they should be mindful not to throw wickets away. Run out on that occasion is the last thing LOLC needs. They lost their first wicket early, so they need a partnership. We are still in the first power play, so two fielders are outside the 30-yard circle is allowed. So enough space available for the batters. But the Commercial Bank bowlers, They are right on top at the moment. Here comes Aniruddha Rajapaksa. Brilliant stroke. And that's the first boundary of the day. That's from Aslan Samsudeen's bat. Pitched up. A very good shot. Here's the replay. The over-pitch delivery. Just lean onto it. And the field also should have done better than that. And this brilliant shot. A beautiful cover drive to get off the mark for Aslan Samsudeen. And what a way to get off the mark. That definitely could help him to get things going. A very good comeback by the bowler. Just took his length back a little bit. There's not too much pace offered by the bowlers, so the bowler should be mindful not to give freebies and not to overpitch the ball. That's much better from the bowler. Conceded a boundary and now 2-dot deliveries on trot. This is very good start. Aniruddha Rajapaksa, a right-arm medium bowler. Another good delivery. Brilliant bowling. Just sticking to his plan, just bowling to his field. Runs are dried up for LOLC. This is very good start from Commercial Bank. Another good delivery. And a single down to third man to conclude the fifth over. LOLC 12 for 1.
Five was completed. 12 runs right on the bounce towards that short car field. It's been a slow start for LOLC, and credit should go to Commercial, how they bowl, putting out some pressure early on and not giving any breathing space for LOLC to break their shackles and to get some runs on the board early on. And see the body language of Commercial fielders. It just tells you the story of how dominant they were so far in this game. We've just had 5.2 overs, and so far they've given their everything in these 5.2 overs to put the pressure on LOLC, and that have worked so far. Oh, that's a good delivery. See, Guyana has already picked up a wicket. He's bowling his third over, 2.4 overs to be exact. And there we go. He has this natural angle that would entice a batter, thinking that the ball is just coming in towards him. But right after it lands on the pitch, there's this slight movement that takes the ball straight, dead straight. Could be the sea movement of the conditions. Looking into the conditions here at the Boomers grounds, the surface in which this game is being played at the moment, it's a used pitch, and I was told that some teams have ended up scoring 300 plus scores in 50 over matches. So runs are there, but it's just that the morning session could be a bit tricky, as there's a tad bit of moisture on the surface as well. We'll talk about this in the next over. 6 overs done. There's 12 runs on the board for the loss of 1 wicket. Aslan Samsudeen, 5 of 13, has been out there for some time now, presenting the full face of the bat. So to come back to what we were talking about in the previous over, the surface here at Boos, it's always a bit tricky in the first hour or maybe 45 minutes with that bit of moisture out there. The ball might tend to, get stick into the surface, so it might not just come on to the bat quite nicely as a batter would expect the ball to. See, opportunities like that should be taken. Now that ball was a poor delivery in any standards. Anuruddha, that was wide outside the off stump. It was slow through the air as well. So Aslan Samsudeen could have just slapped that through the gap for possibly a boundary, but it ended up not getting the connection that he was looking for. That has been the story right from the start. The opportunities were presented for LOLC. It's just they were not able to carefully exploit those opportunities to get those runs on the board. That's a good looking shot. That's brilliant. See, that's what I'm talking about. Abhishek Pereira. That was just a touch too full. And right in the arc as well, and driven quite nicely. There we go. Brilliant. Risk-free shot. It was in the gap. It was down the ground as well. Last ball of this over coming up. Punched on the ground. That's a good shot once again. Back-to-back boundaries for Abhishek Pereira. It was up in the air for some time. The bowler might have had a chance there, but that's a tough one. And that was struck firmly down the ground, all the way towards the boundary. Once again, touch too full, driven down the ground. No chance for the fielders inside the 30-yard circle there. Mid-off fielder had no chance. And that's a good shot. So 7 overs completed. LOLC 20 for the loss of 1 wicket. That's wide to start off with. Guyana. The ball still swinging through the air. Could be a bit tricky for the batters as Samsudeen has been out there. And Abhishek Pereira finally breaking the shackles and getting 2 boundaries on the trot. That's a good indication for LOLC. It's just that, as I mentioned earlier, just that the first hour or so could be a bit tricky for the batters to work with because the ball is still fresh, so it might tend to swing around a bit, and it is the case as it now as well. You can see the ball swinging around, making it a bit tricky for the batters to cope up with. But if these 2 batters can sustain out there in the middle, then maybe once we hit that 15th over, the things will get improved. The conditions will improve a lot for the batters. So in order to exploit that, it's important that these 2 batters stay out there in the middle till that time comes. Abhishek Pereira, 12 of 13, has been the standout performer so far with back-to-back boundaries in the previous over. That's up in there, and that's safe. Oh, would you believe that? My goodness. That just went through his hands, and it's gone all the way for a boundary. What kind of an effort was that? There we go, very casually trying to take the ball, but there we go, just went through his hands. My goodness. That's the 3rd boundary in a very short period of time. Abhishek Pereira, he moves into 16. It was up in there for some time, but maybe not timed up to the perfection, maybe intentional, maybe not, but still gets the value that he was looking for. So obviously only 2 fielders permitted outside the 30-yard circle in the first 10 overs. It's a 50-over game. Has been given as a wide. Abhishek Pereira chasing the ball outside the off stump there. They're trying to get some quick runs on the board. That was just too wide there. So LOLC winning the toss and electing to bat first. And had a chat with the commercial bank skipper as well. And they were anyway planning to bowl first. So it was a good toss for both the sides. They got what they wanted. But as of now, it's all about commercial, how they're bowling at the moment. The faster bowlers operating from the 2 ends. Off the edge. And he's got all the way. That was a valiant effort there from the fielder at deep 3rd man. But no chance. Just the outfield is lightning fast. It was a good effort, and you almost stopped the delivery, stopped the ball from going all the way towards the boundary. There we go, and the ball just went with the momentum and just touched the boundary rope. 8 overs done, 31 for 1. Runs are now slowly but steadily coming in LOLC's way at the moment. 31 for 1 in 8 overs. And the run rate just shy of 4 runs per over. Overthrows. Man, that's clumsy from Commercial Bank. Not the first time we've seen some fielding errors being done unnecessarily, I would say. Oh, that's brilliant. That's gone all the way for a boundary. There was a touch too straight from Anuruddha onto the pads and just deflected away towards the backward Sportylk region, all the way towards the boundary. There we go, perfect. Knew exactly where the fielder was positioned. Only 2 fielders are permitted outside the 30-yard circle in the power play. So exploiting these opportunities are very much crucial. So runs out coming in LOLC's way now, 36 for 1. I like how Abhishek Pereira is building up this innings and Aslam Samsudeen at the other end as well, giving him that support. 24 of 19, taking things slow, showing no signs of real aggression. Abhishek Pereira, we saw him chasing down deliveries up wide outside the off stump. Ah, brilliant. There we go. Easy as you like. That's gone all the way for a 6. First 6 of this morning. And it belongs to Abhishek Pereira. He moves into 30. And all of a sudden, LOLC in a good position now. There we go. That was touch too short. Probably the bowler trying out something different. Anuruddha. Too short, too slow. Plenty of time for the batter to rock back and play it across the line of the delivery. And already now 11 runs coming off from this over with a couple more deliveries to go. Last ball of this over. It's a good one for LOLC. 12 runs so far with 1 more delivery to go. That's the end of the over. 9 overs completed. LOLC 43 for 1. Right, so Abhishek, he's on 30 of 21. Guyana Preetiratna to bowl the 10th over of this match. He's bowled well. 14 runs in his 4.1 overs so far with 1 wicket to his name. And if there's one man who can break this partnership and to take Commercial back into this game, it'll most probably be Guyana. Guyana Preetimal. Has been given as wide. There we go. Runs are coming now for LOLC. 44 for the loss of 1 wicket. A lot of extras, a lot of overthrows, a lot of fielding errors being done by Commercial Bank as well. They were in the game right until that 5th to 6th over. They were in the game. The fielders were on their toes and they were pumped up. But all of a sudden, some few boundaries on regular intervals, on a consistent basis, things have shifted. The tables have turned, and Commercial Bank now, the fielders, the body language of the bowlers, the fielders, it just tells you how this game of cricket can shift. The balance can shift from one side to another in just a matter of time. All it takes is a couple of boundaries, a couple of sixes, and you're back in the game. Just like that. Brilliant. There's protection in the tee, but that's a good shot. It just tells you the confidence of the batter, Abhishek Pereira. Slapping that ball outside the off stump. It was wide. It was there to be hit. Unfortunately, couldn't get it away from the fielder. Otherwise, that could have been a certain 4 runs. Now that's up in there. And it's taken. That was once again chasing a ball that was very far, wide outside the off stump. Aslan Samsudeen. That was unnecessary. The bowler was probably just testing out the patience of the batter. Bowling it wide outside the off stump. That was certain. No, that was a wide delivery. And the batter chased that ball, and a good take from the fielder. Had to run back and carefully calculate everything, which he did at the end of the day, and that's what it takes to break a partnership. And Aslan Samsudeen will have to depart after supporting Abhishek Pereira for a real good partnership that has certainly taken LOLC back into this game after losing that early wicket. Aslan Samsudeen, he's gone for 7 of 18, just 1-4 for him. And Gayana Pritimal with the breakthrough. Right, so this was the wicket. Chasing that ball outside the off stump. That was very wide. Very, very wide. I was just gifting away your wicket. Last ball of this over, last ball of the power play as well. 45 runs on the board for the loss of just a couple of wickets. A single taken to finish things off. Shihan Fernando off the mark straight away. 10 overs completed, 46 for 2.
The first power play is done. The Commercial Bank got 2 wickets in the first power play. And meantime, a bowling change by Commercial Bank. Subudhi Kaushalya is brought into the attack. Here's the new batsman, Shihan Fernando. Pretty good average and a decent strike rate. Subudhi Kaushalya, in the first game, he got a 5 against TJ. Here's the bowling card. The statistics of Subudhi Kaushalya. The best bowling is 5 for 30. In the first game they played against TJ Lanka. Subudhi Kaushalya, the former captain of Mahanama College in 2015. A very good ball to start off with from Subudhi Kaushalya. Pitched up and inviting the batter for a shot. A very handy medium fast bowler, Subudhi Kaushalya. Well known as a partnership breaker back in the school days. There he comes. A very good delivery from Subudhi Kaushalya. This is a very good start. So he got the line right straight away. Here's the field setup. This one slip is in place. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, and deep cover is at the boundary line. These four fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle in the second power play. And Subudhi Kaushalya strikes. Shihan Fernando just completely miscued it. Straight a one. Tried to play across the line. Here's the replay. Just back off the length delivery. Tried to work the ball into the leg side, but missed it completely. And Subudhi Kaushalya just struck for Commercial Bank. And LOLC is in trouble. They're 46 for 3 after winning the toss and batting first. Shihan Fernando departs for just 1 run. And LOLC 46 for 3. Sayuru Udukumbura is the new batsman for LOLC. They are in a big trouble. Commercial Bank at the moment is undoubtedly right on top. They are in the driving seat of this game so far. Sayuru Udukumbura, a left-handed batsman. Here's Subudhi Kaushalya. The bowling change has worked straight away for Commercial Bank. Pitched up right on the money. A misfield at the mid-on, allowed for a second run. This is totally unacceptable from Commercial Bank. Just after getting a wicket, just releasing that pressure straight away from the new batter. Here's the statistics of Sayuru Udukumbura, the left-handed batsman. A decent average for a middle-order batsman. There's Subudhi Kaushalya. Straight away, a very good delivery. He's bowling wicket to wicket. Just signalling the message that you miss, I hit. This is very good bowling from Subudhi Kaushalya. A very good backup from the 2 wickets they got in the power play. Just making things tough for LOLC here. That's the last ball of the over. Brilliant delivery, just went across the line. Batter was completely beaten. And that concludes the 11th. LOLC 48 for 3. Abhishek Pereira is a set batsman out here. 31 of 25. The aggressor so far, the LOLC batting lineup. Gayana Preethimal continues. He's so far the most successful bowler for Commercial Bank. 5 overs bowled. He's given away just 17 runs and got 2 wickets. 2 crucial wickets for Commercial Bank. He's into his 6th. Gayana Preethimal, the right arm, medium fast bowler. A square drive from Abhishek Pereira, little uppish, but no fielder there. Abhishek Pereira is going pretty well out here. He just needs the support from the other end. Sayuru Udukumbura, the left-handed batsman, is facing Gayana Preethimal for the first time. Is taking his guard. Here comes Gayana Preethimal. The yes-no situation nearly Sayuru Udukumbura might cost his wicket. Here's the replay. A leg-side-ish delivery just clipped on the thigh pad. There's a little confusion in the middle between 2 batters. Here's a run-out opportunity we saw in the earlier in this inning. LOLC batter should be mindful. Another weak appeal from the bowler, but umpire is unmoved. This is good bowling from Commercial Bank. They keep the pressure up. And they're spot on with the decision. It's a very good decision by the umpire. The bowler's pitched outside the leg stump. It's a big appeal from the bowler. Comes Gayana Preethimal. Very good delivery. Is bowling wicket to wicket. And with that single, 50 comes up for LOLC. The 12th over, 50 with the loss of 3 wickets. Pretty decent run rate, but the only problem they have is the 3 crucial wickets they lost. This is Abhishek Pereira, the set batter so far. A very confident drive. And that concludes the 12th LOLC 50 for 3. So Buddhi Kaushalya to continue his second over. The man is in red hot form. So Buddhi Kaushalya. Very good delivery. A wicket to wicket. He's bowling wicket to wicket. The Commercial Bank has given away easy singles for the new batter, Sayuru Udukumbura. You need to bring the fielders up, try to build some dot balls on him and try to put more pressure and keep Abhishek Pereira out of strike as much as possible. Abhishek Pereira, he's 32 of 28. Comes to Buddhi Kaushalya. Another quick single. Not much pace offered by Subhuti Kaushal. So the batsmen find it pretty easy to work the singles. And the second power play, the four fielders are allowed to be placed outside the 30-yard circle. There are much more gaps. So there are singles available. This is very good batting from LOLC. Just rotating the strike. Sticking to their basics. That's a very good change up from Subhuti Kaushal. Previous couple of deliveries, he bowled straight to the wickets. But this time, he pushed the ball a little wider and invited the batter for a shot. With a slip in place, that's ideal bowling from Subhuti Kaushal. A very good thinking, smart cricket from Subhuti Kaushal, and also very well left by the batter as well. Here comes Subhuti Kaushal. Again. Bowling wicket to wicket. And so far, the 9 balls have faced by Sairu Udukumbura. And the commercial bowlers have bowled wicket to wicket towards Sairu. And also, if you look closely at Sairu Udukumbura, he planted his front foot across the line, and that could expose more chance to get him leg before wicket. And that a good change up from Subhuti Kaushal as well. This ball across the batter. Here's the previous ball. Just went on with the angle. And very well played by Sairu Udukumbura. Played with the soft hands. It's very good batting by Sairu Udukumbura. There's no hurry at all. And that's the end of the 13th. Commercial bank, beg your pardon, LOLC 52 for 3. Here's the old school scoreboard they're having at Moore's grounds for decades now. Still hasn't changed. Another bowling change from Commercial Bank. Dushane Nelaka, the left arm leg spinner, brought into the attack. And started off with a wide delivery. Abhishek Pereira is on strike. So far, the set batsman for LOLC scored the majority of runs. A shortish delivery, just pulled towards the deep square leg. That should have been put away by the batter. The loose delivery. Sairu Udukumbura, the left-handed batter, against the left-arm spinner. As usually we know, left-handed batters like to face left-arm spinners. So very good line and length from Dushane Nelaka. It's good length, just a little bit outside the off stump. Drawing batter forward. Another good delivery from Dushane Nelaka. This is the ideal line and length for a left-handed batsman from a left-arm leg spinner. Line is right, but the length is a little bit short from Attanayake. It's mixing up here and not letting the batter get set. It's very good bowling from Attanayake. Not giving easy runs, not giving room to the left-hander. 2 more deliveries to go on this over. That's too wide outside the off stump. But luckily, and 14 overs done, LOLC 54 for 3. Samsudeen continues his 3rd over. Pitched up outside the off stump. A little hint of outswing. And Abhishek just threw his bat. But luckily, he found the gap. And just a single down to 3rd man. Samsudeen, the star bowler for Commercial Bank. Their first game against TJ Lanka, got a 5-er. He got a pretty decent start today as well. Got 1 wicket, just conceded 5. What if the fielder has collected the ball first time? Could have been a run out. Here's the replay. Just ran with the shot. Miscommunication there. If he was able to pick the ball up the first time, there could have been a 4th. Lucky escape for Abhishek Pereira on that occasion. Brilliant cricket from Commercial Bank. Let's keep the new batter on strike. Very good bowling. This is from Commercial Bank. A slip in place. This angle across the left-hander, drawing him forward. Slip in place, extra covers, cover point, and deep cover, and mid-off on the offside. It's very good bowling from Samsudeen. The dot balls are piling up on Sayuru Udukumbura. Runs are dried up for him, and Commercial Bank bowlers, they're putting a lot of pressure on Sayuru Udukumbura. It's not letting any room to score. Here's Samsudeen. There's 2 more deliveries to go. A quick single. It's a very good cricket from LOLC batters. Sayuru Udukumbura, obviously, he was desperate to get off the mark. He got to the non-strikers end. Sayuru Udukumbura is so far very quiet in this partnership. So Commercial Bank can bring another fielder in and put some pressure on Sayuru Udukumbura, but we haven't seen it so far. Here's the last ball of the over. Little uppish, the on drive from Abhishek Pereira. And that concludes the 15th. LOLC 56 for 3.
Right, so 15 overs completed, 56 for the loss of 3 wickets. Abhishek Pereira, just 5 runs added to his total, 35 of 32. With the introduction of spin, has not been able to get those runs as quickly as he would have liked to. As much as he did in the first 10 overs, especially at the latter part of the first 10 overs, he was getting those runs quickly. But now, the scoring rate has come down, but still he's out there, and that's the most important thing. Dushan Nelaka bowling well. He's enticing the batter to come to his front foot and to drive that ball through the offside, which could in return create some opportunities for commercial with the slip in position. Just a gentle push there onto the offside, but just a single. Sair Udugubura has been out there for 21 deliveries and has scored only 6 runs. So he's giving that support to Abhishek Pereira, who's going well at the other end, scoring at almost a run a ball, 36. Well, obviously, they have a lot of time remaining in this game. We're still in the 16th over of this game, or rather the 15th over of this game. So there is this breathing space for LOLC at the moment. But they need to make sure that they're not losing any more wickets. They're already 3 down for 58. If they can have at least 3 to 4 wickets in hand when they get into that last 10 overs, that would work dramatically well. So 16 overs done, 58 for 3. Right, so change of bowling from Commercial Bank. Samsudeen being brought in. So spin now from both the ends. And that's good from Commercial because Abhishek Pereira and Sair Udugubura both were struggling a bit against the spin. Bit of leg spin, it seems like, from here. They're asking the question, and it's gone. Would you believe that first ball from Samsudeen and he gets a breakthrough. Abhishek Pereira was trapped in his back foot. That was not a delivery that he would have wanted to play on the back foot. There we go. That's just trapped in front. And Samsudeen success straight away. And Abhishek Pereira, after scoring a well-made 36, will have to depart. Abhishek Pereira is gone for 36, run a ball 36 with 5 fours and a 6. And Samsudeen with the breakthrough.
Oh. A good start for Samsudeen. A wicket in his very first delivery of the over, very first over. And he's bowling well. He's making the batter guess. There we go. That was that wicket. Not a delivery that he would want to play on the back foot. A wrong judgment cost him the wicket. Not much speed on offer for Samsudeen as it now. But I think with the day goes on, it will certainly improve. Because the conditions here at the Moors grounds, we had a close look in the morning. It's not hard by any means. There was this tad bit of moisture, but I think now it has evaporated quite a lot with the sun breathing down on Colombo. A very cloudy morning, but still plenty of sunshine. So the conditions are not that hard. So the ball will try to stick on, and there were certain cracks, especially in the good length area. Not from the end where Samsudeen is bowling, but from the other end.
where Neelaka was operating. So there is that offer for the spinners. You just have to be consistent with your line and length. 17 overs done, 60 for 4. "36 off 36 for Abhishek Pereira, top scorer as it now, and rest of the batters couldn't really make it to the double figures. 0-7-1, 7-1. That's how it stands at the moment. And Sairundu Kumbura and Lahiru Attanayake, batters out there in the middle. A quick single taken. This is good cricket all round. Dushan Neelaka. He's been bowling well. Just 5 runs given away. There we go. Brilliant. See, that's the kind of delivery you would want to see from that end, because there is some purchase of the conditions. If you bowl in good areas and just like that, you drag the batter to get to the front foot. And there is a slip in position as well. Quick single taken. That was just touch too full there from Dushan. A quick single. Not the best of the throws. Slapped hard through the offside. And there we go. A better throw would have had the best of that batter there. Have 18 overs now. LOLC 63 for 4. Here's how it looks. The bowling so far. Guyana Pritimal, the standout performer. 6 overs. 19 runs as they picked up a couple of wickets. Subudhi Kaushalya, 1 wicket for 6. And Pasadu Denipiti, 1 wicket for 2 runs as well. So wickets falling right after they hit that 45 run mark. 45, 46 and 58 with 8 extras. Pasadu Denipiti, he's bowling with a good pace. As I mentioned earlier, not much spin on offer from that end for him. But he's bowling in good areas with a good pace. He's making the batter guess That's a touch too short there. And that's the end of the over. That's a good one from Pasidu Denipitia. 19 overs completed, 64 for 4. Playing it with the full face of the bat. Lahiru Attanayake. Again, not trying to do anything fancy, both these batters, just trying to hang around, because they know if they hang around and if they wait till their moment, the run scoring will become easy. Just like that. That's a good shot. That's gone for a boundary. That's a rare poor delivery there from the bowler. Full outside the off stump and driven away quite nicely. There we go. That's a good looking shot. Effective, and at the same time pleasing to the eyes as well. Another quick single. This is good cricket. Knew exactly where the fielders were positioned and was careful. And a good call. Good communication. Good all-round cricket. Five runs coming off from that over. 20 overs completed. LOLC 69 for 4.
LOLC won the toss and they decided to bat first. And after 20 overs, they're 69 for 4. They hold themselves back a little bit. Lahiru Attanayake and Sairu Udukumbura are the two batters out here in the middle. Is looking for a partnership. They kept losing wicket in regular intervals. Sairu Udukumbura so far 15 of 38. His patience out here. A wide delivery down the leg side by passing to Denipitia. Tried to bowl a wrong one. They couldn't get that line right. That's better from passing to Denipitia. He's so far bowling a decent spell. He's bowled 2 overs and 2 balls. He just conceded 4 runs and took a crucial wicket of Abhishek Pereira. Keep building dots on Sayuru Udukumbura. This is very good bowling from Commercial Bank. Just keep putting pressure and forcing the batsman to do a mistake. Very good shot. Brilliant cover drive from Sayuru Udukumbura. That's width outside the off stump. And he lashed onto it. A comfortable 2 runs through the extra covers. And here's the replay. Given width outside the off stump. Easy pickings for the batter. A very good comeback by passing to Denipitia with the dot ball. A wrong one from passing to Denipitia to finish the 21st. LOLC 72 for 4. And here's the batting card of LOLC. Abhishek Pereira at the top. It's the lone warrior, 36 of 38, 6 with 5 boundaries and 1 maximum. And the rest of the batting lineup is nothing much to talk about. Sayuru Udukumbura is steady the ship for LOLC with 17 of 43 with 9 extras at the end of 21 overs. LOLC 72 for 4. Here's the bowling card. Anuruddha Rajapaksa on top. The expensive 28 for no wicket. Gayana Preethimal is the pick of the bowlers today. 6 overs, 19 runs and 2 wickets. Subudhi Kaushal and Pasindu Denipitia got 1 wicket each. And another bowling change from the other end. Tamit Kalhar replaces Dushe Nelaka, the right arm off spinner. Tamit Kalhar, 19 matches and got 17 wickets. A decent economy. A juicy full toss to start off with. And got the treatment from the batter. That's the first boundary for Lahiru Attanayake. Here's the replay. That was a hit me ball. Hit straight down the track. Tamit Kalhar is considered the boundary of his first delivery. Another loose delivery from the bowler, but couldn't pick the gap. That was a lucky escape for Tamit Kalhar. There's no one back in the boundary line on the offside. That's much better. Much better from Tamit Kalhar. And that's the line and length he should be operating. That's brilliant. That's the typical off-spinner delivery. Pitch the ball on 4th and 5th off-stump line and spin the ball into the right-hander. That's brilliant. The impact was a little outside the off stump, and that saved the batsman. Brilliant bowling. Tamit Kalhara gives the ball a more spin, a more rip. It's an ideal situation for Tamit Kalhar. Brought the left-handed batsman into the strike. There's one slip in place. Other than the first delivery, Tamit Kalhara was brilliant with the line and length. That was a rash shot by Sairu Udukumbura. And that's the end of 22nd LOLC, 77 for 4. It's hot and humid out here at Moors. The sunny day, we have a clear skies. And Pasindu Denipitiya continues from the other end, the right arm wrist spinner. Good sweep shot along the carpet by Lahiru Attanayake. A single down to deep square leg. This is a good rotation of strike. LOLC should look for more singles, because there are a lot of gaps available, especially on the offside. A very good delivery from Pasindu Denipitiya. Umpire signals leg byes. Here's a replay. It's a big appeal from the bowler. Yes, definitely that missing the off stump. Very good decision from the umpire. Just passing to Denipitiya. Short outside the off stump. And another single down to deep cover. This is a very good rotation of strike. 3 balls, 3 singles. Another single down to long on. A full toss. So far, this is a pretty good, a decent spell from Pasindu Denipitiya. He's very economical with the ball and got the crucial wicket of Abhishek Pereira. There's wide outside the off stump and the batter just poked at it. It's a kind of a lazy shot from the batter, Lahiru Attanayake. And here's the last ball. Pitched on the leg stump and tried to go over mid-on, but couldn't get the connection right. And with that, the 23 overs have been done. LOLC 82 for 4. Tamit Kalhar to continue from the other end. So far bowled a decent first over. The right arm off spinner. That's on the leg stump. A little bit short. Oh, look at the spin on that ball. My goodness. That took off. Umpire signals dead ball. This Attanayake is on strike. Brilliant. Brilliant from Tamit Kalhar. Tamit Kalhar definitely will ask a lot of questions from the batter. The one was punched sharply and the next one just went straight on. And here's a quick single. There's a misfield at the extra cover. And the batters went for a quick single. There's that. That was hit hard. Very well fielded at extra cover. Seems the fielder is in a little bit of pain there. Sayuru Udukumura and Lahiru Attanayake is looking to build a partnership here. Seems that both the batters are very well set. Get themselves going at the moment. They're rotating the strike well and hitting the odd ball, odd boundary, and keep the run rate going as well. Just under 4 runs per over. Very good bowling from Tamit Kalhar. So far just given a single this over. So very good economical spell from him. Look at the turn again. And that concludes the 24th. And look at the replay. And the extra bounce as well. LOLC 83 for 4 at the end of 24th. Samsudeen to continue with 5th. So far bowled 4 overs, 1 wicket for 10 runs. This is a very good economical spell from Samsudeen. The right arm leg spinner has a lot of variations. Tried to bowl wrong on a couple of occasions. Pitched on leg stump and just going down the leg side. It's a small appeal, but the umpire was not interested. They keep putting pressure on the batters. That's a field at the mid-wicket. Try to work the ball into leg side. Started off with 2 dot deliveries. Another very good delivery by Samsudeen. This is very good bowling. Just keep bowling dot deliveries. Put more pressure on the batters. And ask them a lot of questions. The runs are not given easily. And that's another boundary. Came down the track and hit it past the bowler. Look at that. The flighted delivery. Stepped out and that was a misfielder. That the fielder could have done better than that. Went straight through him. Should have been stopped. And those are the small things commercial bat need to look after. Bowl 3 dot deliveries and release the pressure. Another good delivery from Samsudeen. The bowlers are doing a great job for Commercial Bank, and also the fielders should back them up. It's tough conditions out here. It's hot and humid. The sun is out. It's a lot of hard work for the bowlers. An over-pitch delivery went straight down the track, but just a single this time. The halfway gone, LOLC 88 for 4.
.88 runs on the board. So the spinners operating from the two ends at the moment for Commercial. Time to grab a wicket here, because this partnership, though the runs have not come in steadily, this partnership is something that would threaten Commercial in the event if this partnership extends till the 35th to maybe the beyond the 35th over. That's going to be a serious concern for Commercial Bank. So it's better late than never. Oh, that's brilliant. That's a 6. Down the ground. It was touched to full. And it goes out of the park. Full stretch of the body. Fully committed to the shot. And in the end, gone all the way for a 6. Good cricket all round, getting that single. Runs are now coming in for LOLC. There was a period where they were lagging behind, especially at the start. The runs didn't really come as much as they thought. But I like how this partnership is building. You can see they've taken their time. Lahiru Attanayake 16 of 28, Sairu 18 of 48. So both the batters have taken their time. And the only possible way that this partnership is going to threaten Commercial is if these two batters continue to bat till the 35th over. 25 overs done, 88 for 4. 36 runs, the top scorer for LOLC. .95 runs on the board at the end of over number 26. The current run rate, at one point it was going at around 3.8 to 3.9 runs per over, but now it has decreased a bit to 3.65. Commercial need to make sure that it stays afloat in that region, right around 3.5 runs per over, in between 3.5 and 4 runs per over. And for LOLC, they need to make sure they're hitting that 4 runs mark. Getting at least 5 runs per over will get them to a good total at the end of their 50 overs. Our scorers for today's game, we have Samantha Chandrasiri and Chetana as our scorers for today's game, and Mr. Darshana Pereira and Sanjeev Dice, two on-field umpires, and Mr. Basil Pereira, our match referee for today's game here at Moores Sports Clubs. Pasindu to continue from the other end. Sai Rudukumara playing it very late at the last moment, deciding to put the bat on the way of the ball. Just a couple runs so far from this over. Got 2 more deliveries remaining. Passing to the Nipitia. And it's been called a no ball. And a free hit is offered. I wonder what exactly the reason behind that no ball. Because there's so small gesture there from the umpire to the bowler. Not entirely sure whether it's a front foot no ball or something else. But that's a good delivery. Lairu Attanayake had to fetch that ball from outside the off stump and lost his balance in the process. That's the end of the over. 27 overs done. 98 for 4.
Right, so Thomit to continue from the other end. He's bowled 3 overs, have given away 13 runs. But these two batters are seeing the ball really well now. You can see how they're presenting the full face of the bat. They have a good understanding as to what to expect from these conditions here at Moors. They've been out there for some time. Sayuru obviously facing his 53rd delivery, and Lahiru has faced 38 deliveries. So they have a fair understanding of what to expect from the, not only from the surface, but also from the bowlers of Commercial as well. Because they've been out there for some time, and what they need right now is to continue this partnership right until the 35th over, and then you set a good platform for the rest of the batters to come in and to play their natural game. So the most important thing as it now for LOLC is for these two batters to stay out there as much as they can, build up a good partnership and set that base. Both the batters, whenever the opportunity is presented, they have gone for some runs. They have been able to get those boundaries in check as well, and getting those 1s and 2s as well. That's a comedy of errors there. The ball just it's straight into the back of Sairu Dukumura. But in the process, LOLC have managed to get 100 runs on the board in the 28th over of this match. 101 for the loss of 4 wickets. Missed everything. Missed the bat, missed the wicket keeper, and that has gone all the way for a boundary. But did that come off the bat? The bat certainly flew off his hands. ...105 runs on the board for the loss of 4 wickets in 28 overs. The scoreboard here at Moors. A club playing first-class cricket in Sri Lanka. There's a lot of history in this ground. A lot of national players call this place home. Even the A-team captain of the 4-day games were travelling to Australia. Have travelled to Australia at the moment. Pasindu Surya Bandara also comes from Moors Cricket Club. Couple of runs, quick runs. That's good running between the wickets.
So change of bowling from that side as well. Sachin Gunawardena. There's good bowling from Sachin. Floaty deliveries. Good pace on offer as well. Not too fast, not too slow. Just enough to generate some spin and at the same time to entice the batter. Just a couple of runs so far in this over. Good running. Once again, couple of runs on offer and taken. That's the end of the over. 4 runs from that over. 29 overs done. 109 for 4. Right, so Thamit to continue, 109 for 4. The projected score at the moment, it says as 188. In the coin toss, if I'm not mistaken, LOLC skipper did mention that they would try to get anything beyond 200. And what Commercial Bank skipper mentioned is that they would try to restrict LOLC for anything around 150. So there's plenty of time to go in this game more. And let's see which team would end up achieving their targets before the game. Well, on the surface, I believe anything above 180 would be a good score for LOLC. Sairu Dukumura, first signs of real aggression there from him. 25 of 62. He's been waiting out there. And Thamit bowling it touch to full. Was trying to work that ball towards the onside. Single denied at the last moment there from the non-striker, which is the right call. The running wicket and the wickets have been really good from both the batters. They have a real good proper understanding of each other. Last ball of this over. A dot delivery to finish things off. Just 2 runs from that over. 30 overs completed, 111 for 4.
So 30 overs completed. Sachin the Fernando. Beg your pardon, Sachin the Gunawardana. It's too wide outside the off stump. This cuts it towards the deep cover. This partnership is going really well for LOLC. Both batters are very well set. Sayuru Udukumbura and Lahiru Attanayake. Out of the 2 batters, Lahiru Attanayake is the aggressor so far. 30 of 43. The right-handed batter is on strike. 20 overs left. The shot was on. The ball was there to be hit. He got the inside part of the bat and just a single down to deep mid-wicket. But this is a very good rotation of strikes. As so far, the strike rotation from right-hand and left-hand batters have worked really well for LOLC. This does not allow the bowlers to set for one line and length. Try to cut that delivery, but just too close to the body. And also 2 fielders were there, the backward point and short third man protecting that area. And another fielder. There's a short extra cover and a conventional extra cover at the edge of the 30-yard circle. A big slog sweep over deep mid-wicket from Sayuru Udukumbura. This hit against the spin, and here's the replay. It was on the middle stump. They slogged it over deep mid-wicket. That was a safe stroke. There was no fielder down there as well. There's nothing wrong with the delivery from Sachin the Gunawardana. It was a very good shot from Sayuru Udukumbura. The score moves up to 119 with that 6. A slight delay on the field. The umpire reversed his decision. He signals a boundary. So just the 4 runs. So the score is 117. Here's Sachin the Gunawardana. A very good comeback delivery from him. Just outside the off stump, pitched up. The slip has been removed. So that allowed the batter even to push the balls outside the off stumps. It doesn't matter if it gets edged. And that's the end of 31st. LOLC 117 for 4. A bowling change from the other end. Subudhi Kaushal brought back into the attack. So far bowled 3 overs, got 1 wicket for just 6 runs. The first spell of Subudhi Kaushal was an economical one. This partnership has now gone beyond 50, so these two batters are very well set. So Commercial Bank is desperate to break this partnership. They brought their star man with the ball, Subudhi Kaushal. They were talking a lot of good things about him. Subudhi Kaushal, the former captain of Mahanama College back in 2015, a decade ago. It's a handy all-rounder, a good fast bowler, and an explosive batsman down in the middle order. Decent start. Pitched up, good length, just outside the off stump. This batter can do nothing much. Commercial Bank need to keep things tight. Both batters are on 31. The pitch is already very well set. We haven't seen that lack of pace. The ball is coming nicely onto the bat. This is very good batting. The single was available. There's no mid-wicket. Easy single for the batter. That was too straight from Subudhi Kaushal. Allowed the batsman to get across the stumps and work the ball into mid-wicket. The right-hand, left-hand combination is working extremely well for LOLC. Team LOLC is coached by Salinder Ushan. So representative of Under-19 World Cup back in 2016. The former captain of Attanayake College. A brilliant opening batter. A stylish left-hander who went on to score multiple centuries in first-class cricket as well. Attempted a slower delivery. Another single down to mid-on. This is a very good batting. They're rotating the strike well. Sayuru Udukumura. With that single, the score moves up to 119. The scoreboard keeps moving. The Commercial Bank now feel the heat. They feel the pressure. Now we can see the desperation they have to get this wicket. Another juicy full toss. A very good effort from the fielder at deep mid-wicket. Cut off 2 runs for Commercial Bank. There's a real loosener from Subudhi Kaushal. Attempted a slower delivery, but that turned into a full toss. That was Anuruddha Rajapaksha, the fielder, down a deep mid-wicket. Here's Subudhi Kaushal. A quick single. Very good running from the two batters. And with that single, 32 overs done. LOLC 122 for 4. And here's the scorecard. On top, Abhishek Pereira scored 36 of 36 with 5 fours and 1 maximum. And Eranda Madhushang couldn't get off the mark. Aslan Samsudeen started off well but departed for 7. But then onwards, Sayuru Dukumbura and Lahiru Attanayake steady the ship for LOLC. With the 11 extras, at the end of 32 overs, LOLC 1-2-2 for 4. Sachin the Gunawardana continues from the other end. The right arm off spinner. It's a decent bowler. So far bowled a decent spell. 4 overs bowled. Beg your pardon. Yes, Sachin the Gunawardana. A decent line and length to start off. If this partnership continues to go till the 40th over, definitely LOLC is in for a big total. Here's another sweep. 2 was the call, but just settle with a single. Sachin the Gunawardana into his 3rd over. So far just conceded 10 runs. With the way these 2 batters are going, it's a decent spell. The projected score is 189, but if these 2 batters can go till the 40th over, definitely they will score more than that. But cricket is a funny game, you can't predict anything. Anything can change in a blink of an eye in cricket, and that's the beauty of this game. Sayuru Udukumbura is the man on strike, the left-hander. It's an interesting battle between the off-spinner and the left-hander. So far there's no threat from the bowler since the wicket is also very well set. There's no real spin. The batters are just batting with ease. Another single down to long on. Runs are coming easily. Both batters are not in a hurry. They know that they are in a good partnership, and if they can go long for another 7 to 8 overs, they are in a great position from where they left off. Another boundary. That's from Lahiru Attanayake's bat. Wide outside the off stump and got the treatment. There's a replay. That was uppish, but right in the gap. There's no man at the boundary line. And with that, 33 overs gone. LOLC 127 for 4. Subuddhi Kalshalia to continue. The runs are coming easily. These 2 batters are very well set. Another single down towards deep cover. Now working singles, they hit the odd ball to the boundary. They keep things simple, they stick to the basics. Lahiru Attanayake is on 40. He's eyeing on a half century. The way he batted so far, he's deserved to get a half century. Hit hard, very well fielded. That was hit so hard. And that's the skipper, Gihan Ashirwada, leading from the front. That was hit hard. That was pitch on slot. That was hit with the real power and very good fielding at long off boundary. Brilliant effort from the skipper. Yes, Subudhi Kaushalya. There's angled across the left-hander. The offside field, the backward point, cover point, and the extra covers. And the cover field is at the boundary line. Another dot delivery, just a shimmy down the track by the left-hander, Sayur Udukumura, but couldn't get that impact correctly. Sayur Udukumura, 34 of 76, is playing the anchor role for LOLC. It's very good bowling from Subudhi Kaushalya. Just bowling to his field. Just not letting room for the batter to free his arms. The run rate is 3.84 so far. It's pretty decent. Yes, Subudhi Kaushalya. Another single down to deep cover. And that concludes the 34th. LOLC is 131 for 4. Here's the partnerships for LOLC. The second wicket, they have 40-run partnership. And since the departure of Abhishek Pereira, look at the partnership for the fifth wicket. 73 of 108. The contribution from Sayur Udukumura and Lahiru Attanayake. So they're doing pretty well for LOLC. They're steadying the ship. A very good recovery and a very good damage control from LOLC so far after the loss of fourth wicket. The fourth wicket was lost on 58, but since then there was no real pressure from Commercial Bank as well. The gaps were opened up, given easy singles for the batters. They got the maximum use of it. In the meantime, a bowling change from the other end. Dushane Nelaka was brought back to the attack. The left arm leg spinner. Here comes the left arm spinner against the right hander, Lahiru Attanayake. Short third man in place, backward point, extra covers. Tried to go for a quick single, but the non-striker was not much interested. As Dushane Nelaka so far bowled a decent spell, an economical one. Very good batting from Lahiru Attanayake. A single. Is rotating the strike pretty well. Sayur Udukumura, the left-handed batter, has opened up the offside. Just tried to go over extra cover. But there was no pace to do that. the length. The bowler saw him, is opening up. Just pull the length back. Smart bowling from Dushane Nelaka. Another boundary to Lahiru Attanayake. Pitched up outside the off stump and hit through the extra cover. Here's the replay. It's wide outside the off stump. That's a little uppish. Could have been the fifth. Lahiru Attanayake moves up to 46 off 56. Is 4 short of half century. Tried to go for the big shot. Got the inside half of the bat and just a single down to deep mid wicket. And that's the end of the 35th. LOLC 138 for 4. And the umpires calls for the drinks break.
Right, so after drinks break, we're back at it with some action. He's approaching the last 15 overs of this game. And Samsudeen to continue. These two batters have done a tremendous job in breaking LOLC back into this game. 139 for the loss of 4 wickets. Lahiru Attanayake 48 of 58 and Sairu 37 of 80 deliveries have taken his time but given the support to Lahiru Attanayake. See, this is what I mentioned. This partnership is well over 70 runs, if I'm not mistaken. And they've stood out there in the middle for some time now. As I mentioned earlier, these two batters continue to be together till the 35th over, which we are in at the moment. It's going to be a real problem for LO, or rather Commercial. But that's a good delivery. So after this over, we'll be having 14 overs per side. Which means, or rather 14 overs remaining in this game. So that would be just enough if we have, or rather if LOLC got that firepower in that middle order. I'm sure breaching that 200 runs would not be a problem, and at the same time getting anything around 220 to 230 would definitely help LOLC to get the upper hand in this match. That's the end of the over. Now 4 runs coming out from that over. 36 overs done, 143 for 4. Well, the two batters, Sairu Nukubura and Lahiru Attanayake, the two standard performers with the bat in hand, are still out there in the middle, strengthening this LOLC middle overs. $11 extras and they've managed to get 143 in 36 overs. Still a long way to go. 14 overs. And as I mentioned earlier, if they can get around another 50 to 60 runs, or maybe try to push through and get 80 to 90 runs in those 14 overs, that will be a real good total on the board for LOLC. They certainly do have that firepower as long as they have either one of the two batters, either Lahiru Attanayake or Sairu Nukuburu, to bat through and to bat through these 50 overs. And I don't see that as more of a far-fetched dream for LOLC. Swing and a miss. Lahiru Attanayake trying to get to his half century with a big shot. Was swinging his bat, that was Sairu Nukubura. I beg your pardon, who was trying to smash that delivery. But the intentions are quite clear. As we are approaching the 40th over, they're trying to get some quick runs on the board. Right, so Lahiru Attanayake is on 49 of 61.
fielding changes being done, trying to cut down the single. Lahiru Attanayake is on 49. Oh, missed opportunity. Has been called as a wide. Lahiru Attanayake trying to chase that ball from wide outside the off stump. There we go. Subudika. One of those economical bowlers for commercial. Just 16 runs for the loss of 16 runs in 5.3 overs. And have picked up a wicket as well. Off the edge. And that's got all the way for a boundary, and 50 for Lahiru Attanayake. Not exactly the fashion he would have wanted to get to that half century, but still, runs are runs, and doesn't matter how they come, as long as they're coming. The score goes up to 149 as well. That's a really good knock there from Lahiru Attanayake. Came in at a time where LOLC was struggling to get runs on the board. That was a very healthy edge there. Should have been taken. But nothing to be taken away from Lahiru Attanayake's innings. As I mentioned earlier, came in at a time where LOLC was struggling to get runs on the board. And have put up a really good partnership alongside Sairu Undugupura. That's the end of the over. 37 overs done. 149 for 4. Couple of wickets for Gayan Preethimal, 2 for 19 runs in his 6 overs, and then wickets apiece for Subudhi Kaushalya and Pasindu Tedipitia. 12 extras, and in 37 overs, 149 for 4. A single taken, Pasindu Tedipitia, a rare loose delivery from him. Now that's up in there. A chance not to be. No chance for either of the fielders who are running in for the catch. But now you can see the intentions. They're trying to go after the bowling. They've been batting for some time now. And the run rate has gone up above 4 runs per over as well. So everything works in favour of LOLC. What they need is at the moment just a few shots. And some big shots to get some quick runs on the board and to push beyond 220 to 230.
Oh, that was a good delivery. But was that a edge? The body language of the bowler certainly says so. If that's the case, there has to be the second drop chance there from the wicketkeeper in very regular intervals. That was a really good delivery. Passing to the Nipitiya has bowled some absolute screamers. Haven't picked up a wicket yet. He did pick up a wicket in his very first ball of his very first over. But from since then, though he has bowled well, nothing have worked in favour of him in terms of getting a wicket. 38 overs done, 153 for 4. Now that's up in there, and that's gone for a boundary. Brilliant strike, Lahiru Attanayake. That was touched to full from Gayan. And punch down the ground. There we go. Right in that mid-wicket region. The field was up in the circle, had no chance whatsoever. It was a risk-free, safe shot there from Lahiru Attanayake. Boundary of the very first delivery, and Gayan Pritimal is under pressure here. A good single there from Lahiru Attanayake. See, one good thing about this partnership is that both these batters, they have a really good understanding as to what their strengths are. And they have a really good understanding what sort of a role they should play in this partnership. And Lahiru Attanayake has always been the aggressor in this partnership. And he has gone for some big shots, and dividends have been paid for those risks. And at the same time, Sayuru is just happy to stay out there as long as he can and to give that support. In the meantime, he has scored 42 of 88 deliveries, but it's more of a support role that he has played, and which is very, very crucial in any partnership. Right, so coming back for the second run, good run in between the wickets. A good early call there from Lahiru Attanayake to get back to the second run. Gone. Hit it the top of off stump, or rather the leg stump. Sairu Kumura is trying to work that ball down towards the fine leg region. A swing of the bat. And Sairu Kumura will have to depart. That's a good knock from him. As I mentioned earlier, it's been a supportive role. He's been supporting Lahiru Attanayake quite a lot with getting those ones and twos and putting up a real formidable partnership to take LOLC to a really good position at the end of this overs. Now there we go. Hitting top of middle stump. Trying to work that ball down towards the square leg, or maybe right towards the fine leg region. But he has to depart. Sairu Kumbura is gone for 44 of 91. Just a couple of fours where he's all about his single game. And he has played well and has certainly taken LOLC back into this game. 160 for the loss of 5 wickets now in 39 overs. Viruth Madhushan is the new batter in. Oh, that's a good delivery. Samsudeen is bowling well. As I mentioned earlier, right from the start, he picked up a wicket very early. And from there onwards, he has bowled extremely well. In good areas, spinning the ball. Not much spin on offer, but he's been operating from the other end. It's all about his pace, but the liner length where he bowls, the pace at which he's bowling, everything adds up to a really good bowling spell from Samsudeen. 8.3 overs, 27, and he picked up a wicket as well. A single taken, Viruth Madhushan. Happy to take the single. What they need right now is to get that the run rate to at least 4.5 runs per over. That will help them to push beyond 200, and possibly anything around 220 should be the realistic target for LOLC. It's a long way to go. They got 10 overs, and they have a reset batter, Lahiru Attanayake, out there in the middle as well. So a lot will depend on how long Lahiru Attanayake is going to bat, and if he continues to bat through the 50 overs, then I'm sure LOLC would be eyeing that 220 to 230 run mark. Last ball of this over, just a couple of runs. Good early call and a good run in between the wickets there. 40 overs completed, 163 for 5.
40 overs have been bowled. We are into the third power play. So 5 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. Gayan Preetimal is the new bowler. Right arm seamer. Got 2 wickets in the first power play. Beg your pardon, 3 wickets. The pick of the bowlers for today for Commercial Bank into his 8th over. The bowler is making sure that the field setup is to the point. That was pitched up. The fielder down there at long off, so just a single. It's a very good bowling, just bowling to his field. So after a very good partnership for the 5th wicket, Vinod Madhushan, the skipper of LOLC, joins with Lahiru Attanayake. Lahiru Attanayake is a talisman of LOLC batting lineup so far. Here's the stats of Vinod Madhushan, the left-handed batter. The decent strike rate with 3 half centuries have been scored. Very good batting. Just a single down to long on. The 5th wicket partnership actually set the tone for LOLC to go big in this third power play. 2 balls have been bowled so far. 58 deliveries left in this inning. They have 5 wickets in hand. Umpire signals boundary. Definitely should have been a chance. Let's see the replay. That was in the slot. Hit it down to long on. That should have been taken. It did not judged well. It was tickled towards boundary. That should have been taken. We say catchers win matches. So Commercial Bank, to make sure to take all the catches, comes your way. That was, don't forget that was from the dangerous Lahiru Attanayake, who's on 67. Could have been the 4th for Gayan Preetimal. This skipper is on strike. That was short. There was not much pace. Let's settle for 2 runs. It's a good over so far for LOLC. 3 singles, a 2 and 1 boundary. So far 9 runs off 5 deliveries. It's Vinod Madhushan, the left-handed batsman, skipper of LOLC. And the dot ball to finish the 41st. At the end of the 41, LOLC 172 for 5. Passing to Denipitiya to bowl his last over. So far, it's a decent spell. 9 overs have been bowled. So 1 wicket for 29. The right arm leg spinner. It's wide outside the off stump. A single down to long off. Bring the left hander on strike. The left-handers, they like to go after the right arm leg spinners. So we can expect some wrong ends from Pasindu Denipitia against the left-hander. We'll see. As I mentioned, yes, that's a wrong end. That's short, leg side, and a maximum for Vinod Madhushan. Was waited for it. That was too short from Pasindu Denipitia. A leg spinner, attempted a flipper, but it was too short. And the left-handed batter, he never gonna miss out these opportunities. A maximum for Vinod Madhushan. Here comes Pasindu Denipitia. A loud appeal from the bowler, but umpire was not interested. It's a leg by. Another single. Score moves up to 180. Here's a talisman of the LOLC batting lineup, Lahiru Attanayake. Smart cricket. They got 8 runs. There's nothing to be hurry. Just respect the good ball. Smart cricket from Lahiru Attanayake. Another single down to deep cover, and that concludes the 42nd LOLC 181 for 5. Gayana Pritimal, he's into his 9th over. A much slower delivery. Another drop catch. Lahiru Attanayake has given 2 opportunities. Both for Gayana Pritimal's bowling. But Commercial Bank, you need to catch those stuff. Another one down to long on. The drop chance of Lahiru Attanayake might be cost heavily for Commercial Bank. He's a set batsman. He's on 73. He's going at everything. Vinod Madhushan, he's capable of hitting the long ball. The left-handed batter comes round the wicket, Gayana Pritimal, and another single down to long on. The score moves up to 185. Gayana Pritimal has done a great job. If he has got the support from the field, he might have got a fifer. We never know. The run rate is 4.35. And meantime, the Lahiru Attanayake has exchanged his bat. The current run rate definitely take them to 220, 225. But if Lahiru Attanayake stays there, he might go for bigger. And meantime, another boundary. That was 2 leg side-ish. And easy pickings for the set batsman, Lahiru Attanayake. And another boundary. This is not good bowling from Gayana Preetimal. The field was not set to go down the leg side. Tried to go for the Yorker. But the length and line has completely gone wrong. The commercial bank is right now is under pressure with the drop catchers. The loose balls have given. Smart batting. Brilliant from the Lahiru Attanayake. Saw the gap. There was no fielder at mid-wicket. Just tucked away for leg side between deep mid-wicket and long on and got an easy 2 runs. Smart batting. Here's the last ball of the over. Classy. Classic lofted straight drive to finish the over. And that's the end of the 43rd. LOLC 195 for 5. The run rate is 4.5. Lahiru Attanayake is on 83. He's eyeing on a century. But meantime, there was a bowling change from the other end. Sachin the Gunawardana brought back into the attack. So far bowled 3 overs for 16, but yet to get a wicket. A smart decision from the skipper, Gihan Nashirwad, Commercial Bank, to bring the right arm off spinner against the left-hander. A single down to deep cover and bring Lahiru Attanayake back on strike. This is a very good partnership. Vinut Madhushan, 12 of 10. It's a nice little cameo from him. And Lahiru Attanayake is a star man. Went straight down the track. Another 2 runs. Smart batting from Lahiru Attanayake. Just hit it towards the safest area, just behind the bowler, just over the head of bowler. There's no fielder down there. Smart cricket. He moves up to 85. LOLC just 2 short of 200. Tried to go for that big slog sweep, but just found the fielder. Here comes Sachin the Gunawardana. Another single down to long off. A good bowling by Sachin the Gunawardana. Just found the block hole. There's no room for the batter to free his arms. Here's Sachin Gunawardena. And another single. And with that single, 200 comes up for LOLC. So brilliant effort. And 44 completed. LOLC 200 for 5. Gayana Preethimal is into his last over. He's about to conclude his spell. Comes right arm round the wicket. This goes down the leg side, but just clip the pads. That was very well stopped by the wicket keeper. That was tough. That was dying in front of him and did very well to get his hand off. Hit hard, but straight to the fielder. Vinut Madhushan, the skipper. Gayana Preethimal so far 3 wickets for 49 into his last over. So far the pick of the bowlers for Commercial Bank, but could have had more wickets if the chances have been taken. Another quick single. But there was an opportunity for a run out if the fielder has collected the ball cleanly the first time. It brought Lahiru Attanayake back on strike. He's 86. He's eyeing on a century. He has enough time to get to his century. He just needs to capitalize the power play. There are a lot of gaps. Two is on. Brilliant from Lahiru Attanayake. He sees the ball like a football right now, and he knows where the fielders are. Now he's just playing with the field. Very good batting from Lahiru Attanayake. He moves up to 88. 88 of 90. This projected score is 227. That bounced and took the outside edge and went for 4. It's not a bad ball. It's a little wide outside the off stump. It's a lucky boundary for Lahiru Attanayake. Look at that. That was the extra bounce. You can't set the field for those boundaries. It's unlucky for the bowler. And Lahiru Attanayake into the 90s. This 8 shot is going above the runner ball. A very good acceleration from Lahiru Attanayake. So far the talisman of LOLC. Here's Gayana Preethimal. Again tried to glide the ball, but there was no pace for Gayana Preethimal. And that concludes the spell of Gayana Preethimal and the 45th over. LOLC 2 or 7 for 5.
Right, so the last 5 overs, LOLC 207 for the loss of 5 wickets. That's gone. Vinod Madhushan charging down the ground, and good change up there from Sachin. So the batter coming down the track, adjusted accordingly. And Vinod Madhushan has to depart. But as long as Lahiru Attanayake is out there in the middle, it's going to be a problem. Now this is the wicket. So the batter coming down the track short. Could have hit anywhere if he was there inside the crease, but not to be. Vinod Madhushan. He's gone for 14. Now it's 6 down for 207. As I mentioned earlier, as long as Lahiru Attanayake is out there, he's on 92. It's going to be a problem for Commercial. They need to get that wicket. They need to make sure that 2 new batters are there for the last 4 to 5 overs. That has to be the key. Cut away. There's protection in the deep. With just a single, that was struck very powerfully. And good bowling from Sachin there as well. He's bowling according to his field. So there's a deep extra car. More of a long off in position. Long off and long on, both at the boundary line. There's a deep point in position as well. And a deep square leg. So a pretty much spread out field for Lahiru Attanayake. Understandably, he's on 93 and he's been hitting the ball well. Last ball of this over. Just 3 runs from it. Oh, dropped. And that'll run down towards the boundary. Lahiru Attanayake moves into 97. That was a very, very risky shot. It was up in the air and a genuine chance for the fielder to get that breakthrough, but not to be. It's his day, it's Lahiru's day for sure. It's Lahiru Attanayake's day. There we go. Could have been a simple catch. "46 overs done. 2 on 4 for 6. Four overs remaining, 214 runs on the board. I mentioned earlier that anything around 220, 230 would be a really, really good total on the board. Here we go, Lahiru Attanayake on 97. Now the surface, we talked about this in the morning as well. Now the surface has finally settled down and it's suitable for the batters like Lahiru Attanayake. He's on 97. The wicket have finally settled down and making things easy for the batters. The ball nicely coming on to the bat. The stroke making is easy compared to the morning. So that's kind of a relief for Commercial as well, because if they are to chase this target down, they need favorable conditions, and at the same time they need a good knock from one of the players from the Commercial lineup to play that kind of innings that Lahiru Attanayake is playing at the moment. He's on 98. But nevertheless, it's going to be a big run chaser for Commercial. They are to chase anything down, anything said by LOLC. At the moment, 217. Another full toss this time. Just a single. Moves into 99. That's a good delivery. That's a good way to finish things off. 4 runs coming off from that over from Anuruddha. And 47 overs completed. LOLC 218 for 6.
Sachin to continue the 48th over of the match. He's bowling well, as I mentioned earlier. He's bowling according to the field. And Lahiru Attanayake, who's on 99, will try to get that single and try to make it to his 100. A well-deserved century. That's up in there, but safe. And there we go. That single will take Lahiru Attanayake to a well-deserved century. A runnable century. And it's been a remarkable innings from Lahiru Attanayake. He came in when LOLC was struggling to get some runs on the board. And he was slow at the start, but look how he caught up. 100 in just 100 deliveries with 12 fours and a 6. A runnable century is exactly what LOLC needed, and that is exactly what Lahiru Attanayake has provided with his team. Superb knock. Right, so 220 runs on the board with one more delivery to go. Just a couple of runs in this over. So things have been steady. And that's the end of the over. 3 overs, 3 runs coming off from the over. 48 overs done. 221 for 6. Right, so Lahiru. He's on strike for the last couple of overs. Now that was firmly struck there from Lahiru Attanayake, but straight into the hands of the fielder. That's good there. Good presence of mind from both the batters. Overthrows. There was quite a lot of them in this innings from Commercial. Cramps, of course, not an easy condition to bat because there's a scorching heat here in Colombo. He's been out there for some time for 103 deliveries. Now, this was that century. A knock that really took LOLC out of trouble. A superb knock. A richly deserved century for Lahiru Attanayake. going through some trouble. Hopefully he'll be okay with the cramp, and as I mentioned earlier, the heat is unbearable. He's been out there for some time, 103 deliveries. It's been a good day so far. A good day of good cricket being played from both the sides. Commercial was certainly in the game for the most part, as the bowlers didn't really allow the batters from LOLC to settle down, except for that middle order. There we go, Sairu Dukumbura, 44 of 91, and then Lahiru Attanayake is still out there in the middle, 103, a runner ball century, 12 for Zana 6, and then 36 from Abhishek Pereira up front. So it's been a good collective effort from LOLC so far, but it's still not over yet. We've got 10 more deliveries remaining in this match for them to push towards that 250 run mark. Has been called wide. There we go. Worked away towards the onside once again. Not really interested in getting back for the second run. Missed opportunity for sure. And that's the end of the over. 49 overs done, 228 for 6. Right, so Sachinder to bowl the final over of this innings, LOLC, 228 for 6. Now that's up in there and that's gone for a maximum. Right in his arc, Danushka Udara swings it hard and swings it all the way for a 6. That's a good shot there. Just the kind of start you would want to see in this final over. Just a quick shuffle across the stumps and bang. Through the mid-wicket. asking the question, and this time he's gone. The redemption there for Sachin. And now it's 234 for the loss of 7 wickets. Oh yeah. Easy decision there for the umpire. Danushka Dara is gone for 13 of 12. And now it's 7 down for 234. Just a single this time. Sachin has bowled well. 37 runs. He picked up a couple of wickets as well. He's been one of the standout performers with the ball in hand. Right, so 3 more legal deliveries remaining for Lahiru Attanayake and Kavishka Pires to push this LOLC score, which is already a good score, 235, beyond 250. They certainly need 3 sixes, but we'll see how far it can go. Just another single. Lahiru Attanayake hitting it firmly down the ground, but there's protection. And here we go, the last ball. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's a superb delivery, and that will be a run out as well. So Sachin the Gunatilaka gave away 9 runs in this over, in this final over of the match, and have restricted LOLC for 237 for the loss of 7 wickets. It's still a good score, and it'll take some batting for Commercial to chase this target down, but all eyes on Lahiru Attanayake. A superb century, 106 of 106 deliveries, run a ball century. Cannot ask anything more from the wicketkeeper batter of LOLC, Lahiru Attanayake. A superb knock that has certainly guided LOLC to a very commendable total of 237 for the loss of 7 wickets. Appreciations, there we go, from the players, from the support staff members. It's been one good of a knock there from Lahiru Attanayake. So 237 is where LOLC finishing their 50 overs. So at the top we have Abhishek Pereira with 36 runs, and then Sairu Udukubura and Lahiru Attanayake. That partnership was the one that really changed the whole momentum of this game for LOLC. 44 for Sairu Udukubura and then Lahiru Attanayake, the wicketkeeper batter, 106 of 107 deliveries with 12 fours and a 6, and the rest of the batters also contributing with 14 and 13 runs respectively, Vinod Madhushan and Danushka Udara. Looking into the bowling, well, disciplined efforts from almost every bowler, but in those middle overs, they leaked quite a lot of runs, and singles and doubles were easily taken by both the batters, who put up a good partnership, and then Gayana with 3 wickets for 56 runs and couple of wickets for Sachin Gudavardhan as well. He bowled well for his 7 overs, and then 1 wicket apiece for Subudhi Kaushalya and Pasindu Denipitiya as well. You can see the wickets falling in regular intervals. The wicket number 2, 3 and 4th wickets falling in 45, 46 and 58. But from there onwards, it was a really good partnership that took LOLC back into this game. 14 extras as well. It was a superb partnership of 102 runs. So heading into the highlights of this innings, it started off not well for LOLC. It was very slow and a sedate start for them as the bowlers really took control of the game, especially the fast bowlers took the early advantage of these conditions. The ball was moving around and the batters found it pretty much difficult to deal with the faster bowlers. And also, as we mentioned earlier, the conditions were a bit sticky. There was a tad bit of moisture on the surface, but things really improved when the day went in and the sun heat came in and everything was working perfectly fine for the batters as soon as we went past around that 20th to 22nd over. Plenty of misfields as well from Commercial, and a lot of overthrows offered some extra free runs for LOLC as well. But it's all about that 102-run partnership between Suiru Udukumbura and Lahiru Attanayake. A superb partnership that really took LOLC to a very good position at the end of their 50 overs. 237 is, on paper you might think in 50 overs, 237 is not going to be enough. But let me tell you, the on-field situation is much more different, and 237 is a really good score to have on board. So that gives that freedom for the bowlers as well to try out new different things and to make sure that they pull up their best game to make sure that they restrict their position to win the game. So we have plenty to play for as well. There's one example of those misfields. Plenty of misfields there from Commercial Bank fielders. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, overthrows as well. Lahiru Attanayake was a standard performer with, especially in those overs, once we hit 35 overs, Lahiru Attanayake and Suiru Udukumbura really started to push their game and to get those boundaries and try to increase the momentum of the game. To the run rate was right around 3.8, 3.9, and the two batters made sure that they get anything around 4.5 runs to 5 runs per over, which really took them into a really good position at the end of their 50 overs. Plenty of drop chances, plenty of catches, plenty of misfields from Commercial. Their body language certainly completely changed, because in the first 5 to 6 overs, they were in the game. Their fielders were on their toes and everyone was in the game. But soon after, runs started to come in. Soon after, a few boundaries were struck. It really changed the mindset of the Commercial fielders and the bowlers as well, as they bowled all over the wicket. Made it easy for the batters to work and to get those runs when they mattered the most. So 237, this was the latter part of the innings where wickets started to tumble, and that was a good final over from Sachin to finish things off. So 237 is what LOLC managed to get in their 50 overs. So that sets the target for Commercial Bank to win this game. They need 238 runs in their 50 overs. The skies looks amazing. The day is going to be, we hopefully will be getting a full day's play, and of course Commercial Bank will have a lot to play for as well. Right, so we'll take a short break and we'll be back with the run chase of Commercial. We'll have to chase down 238 runs to win this match here at Moores Cricket Grounds.
It's hot and humid conditions out there. The sky is clear. We have a real good cricket is underway. The two openers are ready. The LOLC with the red and navy outfit, and Commercial Bank identically the blue outfit. The Moors ground, the Moors turf has turned out to be a good one for batters the latter part of the inning in the first innings of LOLC. So the Commercial Bank need a really good start in order to chase this down. 238 is a competitive score on this track. But if Commercial Bank, they have a real good plan of chasing this down, it's a very good wicket to bat on. The Kavish Kapiris starts the proceedings for LOLC. Started off with a full toss, but the batter couldn't capitalize on it. Kavish Kapiris, the tall, lanky fast bowler. Another full toss, but hit it straight to mid-off. Two opportunities for Gimhan Dissanayake, right-handed opener for Commercial Bank. Two full tosses, but both just hit it straight to mid-off. Here comes Kavish Kapiris, coming right arm over the wicket. Another over-pitch delivery, hit it uppishly, but safe. He's doing the right thing. Kavish Kapiris is pitching the ball up, bring the batsman forward. This is Gimhan Dissanayake. A pretty decent strike rate. Two full tosses and one over-pitch delivery. This is Kavish Kapiris, economical bowler. A boundary to start, a boundary to get off the mark for Gimhan Dissanayake. Another over-pitch delivery, and this time it didn't miss out. Pitched up and smashed back past the bowler. Good start for Commercial Bank. Here comes Kavish Kapiris. Tried to go for that big shot, a flat batted shot. But just couldn't get that connection right. Behind the first power play, only two fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. The required run rate is 4.76, a very gettable total. A wide delivery. Workout for the umpires after the lunch break. Pretty good start for Commercial Bank. Going at the runner ball. 5 deliveries, 5 runs. Here comes Kavishka Piris. Went for that big shot straight down the track, but just a single. He's got the toe end of the bat, got the elevation, but there's not enough power. Here's a replay. As we mentioned, just got the toe end of the bat, but there's not much power behind it. So with that single, Commercial Bank at the end of the first over, 6 for none. Eranda Madhushan is the bowler from the other end. Eranda Madhushanka is an economical bowler. A right arm, medium, fast bowler. Smart cricket. Just got the ball into gaps. This is very good batting. Just rotate the strike. Praveen Kumara Peruma is a left-handed batter. Did the smart thing. The right-hand, left-hand combination. It's not going to be easy for the bowlers to get their lines and lengths right straight away. Good delivery, solid, defended by Praveen Kumara Peruma. The newish ball. Shot and pulled away for a boundary over square leg. And Praveen Kumara Peruma gets off the mark with a boundary. Brilliant shot. That was too short from Eranda Madhushanka. Here's the replay. That was too short. And pounced on it. Another boundary. A very good start for Commercial Bank. With the field restrictions of the power play, this is what they need. Whatever the opportunity comes their way, is put away for a boundary. That's what they are looking for in order to chase this down. A very good comeback by the bowler. That was pitched up. A little hint of swing into the left-hander. And that stayed low as well. It was swung late. Here comes Eranda Madhushanka. That's a very good delivery. Previous ball came back in, and the very next ball he moved away. Two good deliveries after being hit for a boundary by Eranda Madhushanka. Brilliant ball. Angled in. Once it's pitched, it went straight on. And that concludes the second. Commercial Bank 11 for none. Comes Kavish Kapiris. The two new balls are coming from either end. Brilliant shot. No chance for the fielder to stop that. Another boundary through the mid-off. Again, it was pitched up. And Gimhan Disanayak, the powerful lad, will never gonna miss out. Just stand and delivered. A real good effort from the mid-off fielder. And this is a brilliant start from Commercial Bank. So one slip in place. They brought a catching fielder, short extra cover. Short, wide outside the off stump. The batter actually tried to pull that delivery from outside the off stump, but he was nowhere near the ball. Just throw the bat at it. Gimhan Disanayak, 10 off 9 with 2 boundaries. Here comes Kavish Kapiris. A wide delivery. Commercial Bank, they will take it. On that occasion, he was too wide. The thing is, we don't see that a real bounce we saw in the first few overs. The wickets have been dried up. The ball comes nicely onto the bat. Skied up. Taken. Brilliant. He ran back. And that's the skipper, Vinod Madhushan. The captain leading from the front. And the short stay of Gimhan Disanayak comes to an end. It's the ball. That was pitched on good length. He went through the shot too early. He got the elevation, but couldn't get the distance. A brilliant take from the skipper from the mid-off, ran back and held on to the catch. Brilliant fielding. And Gimhan Disanayak departs for 10. Commercial Bank, 16 for 1. Kavish Kapiris, he got the breakthrough they needed. LOLC needed an early wicket, and they got it. The new batsman is the skipper, Gyan Nashirwada. A very good delivery just outside the off stump. Brilliant first delivery. What a way to welcome the batter. Look at that, angled in. The batter was completely deceived by the angle he created. Brilliant bowling, brilliant thinking by Kavish Kapiris. Smart cricket. Here comes Kavish Kapiris. A very good delivery. This is the bounce we were talking about. He got his first wicket. His growing confidence. There he goes. The tail up. He's banged the ball in. Here's a replay of that last wicket. Pitched up on good length. Feet going nowhere. It just went through the shot. Very well left by the batter. And that concludes the third. Commercial Bank 16 for 1. .222 required of 282 deliveries. Still early in the second innings. Comes Eranda Madhushanka. A wide delivery. A brilliant take from the wicket keeper. With a bounce, it was flying away towards leg side. Here's the replay. That was too straight. And with the angle and with the extra bounce, it was flying, but wicket-keeper did really well to grab it. Again, the pitched up outside the off-stump and went for that flashing cover drive, but couldn't get that connection. Praveen Kumara Peruma, the left-handed batter, played a nice pull shot over square leg, but since then, he was quiet. He couldn't get the bat on ball. As Eranda Madhushanka. Short run up. We can move the ball both ways. There we go. The previous delivery was moved into the left-hander, and the very next ball, he moved away from the left-hander by coming round the wicket. That's not easy for a fast bowler, especially for a right-arm fast bowler. Is coming around the wicket and move the ball away from the left-hander. It takes a lot of skills. But Eranda Madhushanka have everything behind him. Here comes Eranda Madhushanka. That's too wide. Too wide outside the off stump. It's a freebie. The Commercial Bank, they will take it. Here's the replay. The ball was moved away, but it was too wide outside the off stump. Brilliant. Straight back past the bowler. No chance for fielders. A brilliant straight drive for Praveen Kumara Peruma. That's the shot he was looking. Pitched up. Look at that. Head was steady. Very well balanced and threw the hands at it. Brilliant stroke. Again, another wide delivery. He tries to swing the ball away from the left-hander. So if he do that, here's a replay. He's pushing the ball too wide. But if you want the ball to move away from the left-hander, the ball should be pitched on middle and off-stump or off-stump line. And the run-up also should come closer to the umpire as well. And that's much better. A quick single. Smart cricket from Praveen Kumara Peruma. Previous ball, he hit for a boundary. And the very next ball, he got a single and got to the other end. Yes, Gihan Ashirwad. Can he be the blessing for Commercial Bank? Picture perfect. The back foot punch to the perfection. Cut short. Look at that. Look at the follow through. Just capture me. Brilliant stroke from Gyan Ashirwada. What a way to get off the mark. This is an expensive over from Eranda Madhushankar. Bowled 3 wides, conceded 2 boundaries. So 12 runs so far in this over. What a delivery that was. Brilliant comeback by the bowler. The batter was completely deceived. And the 4 overs done, a Commercial Bank at 28 for 1. Kavish Kapir is continuing his 3rd over. Pitched up on the leg side. Another boundary. It's down the wrong line. Easy pickings for the left-hander. There's no fielder there. Only 3 fielders are on the leg side. It's mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. That hit towards square leg and the fielder has no chance. That's a freebie. Look at that. Pitched up on the leg side. Flicked it towards deep square leg. No chance for the fine leg fielder. Another boundary. Very good bowling and a very good comeback by Kavish Kapiris. That ball was kept a little bit low. And also at R. Premadasa Stadium, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, the 2nd ODI is just about to begin. Praveen Kumara Peruma. The left-handed batter so far, 13 of 11. Going above the runner ball. Easy single down to mid-on. Runs are coming. With the current run rate. Are well above the LOLC compared to these 2 teams at this stage. LOLC was into a very slow start, but here comes Commercial Bank into a flying start. And he got boundaries regularly. Meantime, very well defended by Gimhan Ashirwad, the skipper of Commercial Bank. A very stylish batter. Here comes Kavish Kapiris. So far, the only wicket taker. A full toss on leg stump, but the batter couldn't capitalize on it. There was a huge gap between mid-on and mid-wicket. The boundary was on, but just got the toe end of the bat. The field restrictions, only 2 fielders are outside the 30-yard circle. Commercial Bank need to capitalize everything that comes their way. Down the leg side. And just another single to end the 5th. Commercial Bank 34 for 1.
Commercial Bank off to a good start. Despite losing a wicket, they've been very positive with their stroke play. 34 for the loss of 1 wicket in 5 overs. Gimhan Ashirwad and Praveen Kumar. So far, doing well out there in the middle. Odd bounce there of the conditions. Vinod Madhushan to bowl his first over. And the skipper. Asking the question this time. Maybe an inside edge. Probably just sliding down the leg side. That was the indication there from the umpire. But that looks straight to me. But probably the umpire, of course, having the best angle. Let's have a look at that again. That was a very, very close one there. Vinod Madhushan straight away creating opportunities. This is good bowling from Vinod. He's bowling in good areas. And it's making the batsman think about the stroke play. He's not being predictable. And that's a good over. A maiden. 34 runs on the board for the loss of 1 wicket. Right, so they continue with Kavish Kapiris to bowl his 4th over. Pick up 1 wicket, 1 for 17. He's against Praveen Kumara.
That's a good delivery. He's been hitting the deck hard. Kavish Kapiris, that has been the highlight of his bowling so far in his 3.1 overs. He's been hitting the deck hard, asking questions from the batters on a consistent basis. They're off to a good start, Commercial Bank. 34 for the loss of 1 wicket. They need to make sure that this momentum continues further and further down the innings. They're in need of 204 runs. They have 263 deliveries to do that. 9 wickets in hand as well. So it's just about continuing this momentum over and over. That's up in there. Safe. And might not just go all the way for a boundary. Couple of runs on offer. Had he played that shot with more power behind that shot, that would have run down towards the boundary. It was a vacant area. More of a gentle push there from Praveen Kumar. A couple of runs, but they've been positive. They've been going at the opportunities whenever they are available. Down the leg side, just brushed off his pads. Yeah, leg byes signaled by the umpire. There was Lahiru Attanayake behind the stumps. Superb century to his name. Hailing from Anand College. This was their previous stroke. Oh, Gimhan Ashirvada would be kicking himself, because that was the kind of a delivery that would have run down towards the boundary, because he's been very good at exploiting those gaps on the offside. That didn't really bounce as much as he would expect that ball to bounce. Just a gentle push for a single. Good cricket all round being played by these two batters, Gimhan and Praveen. Seven overs completed, 38 runs on the board for the loss of 1 wicket. Oh, that was a good delivery. Vinod Bandushan is creating doubts in the minds of the batters. Vinod Bandushan.
quite the contradicting start from Commercial Bank compared to how LOLC started off their proceedings. Oh, that was a good delivery. Praveen Kumar playing the wrong line entirely. He's mixing it up, isn't he, Vinod Madhushan? He's been brutally accurate in terms of where he lands, where he pitches it. That's a good looking shot. But there's protection in the deep. Good stop there from the fielder. Couple of runs on offer. That's a good shot from Praveen Kumar. That's what you call being innovative, because nothing's working in your way. So you've got to be creative. You've got to find a way to get some runs on the board. And there we go. Just like that, you be innovative. You be creative. Again, playing the wrong line. Praveen Kumar is expecting the ball to come in, but he's just going with the arm. Vinod Madhushan is mixing it up. One can turn, one doesn't. It's always tricky. Last ball of this over. There we go. Just 3 runs coming off from that over. 8 overs done, 41 for 1. We're still in the power play, so only 2 fielders permitted outside 30-yard circle. Right, so Aslan Samsudeen. Asking the question. Probably just sliding down the leg side. Maybe. Yeah. He did that knee roll, but way down the leg side. But that's a good start. Sharp in swing into the batter. Once again, good one. There we go. That's exactly where he's supposed to bowl. Bowling it in 4th to 5th stump region outside the off stump. That's where you got a bowl. That's where we call the corridor of uncertainty. That's exactly where you should aim as a bowler, especially as a fast bowler. Still, the ball is new, and we saw how the commercial back bowlers did the trick with the ball in hand, especially in the first 10 to 15 overs. The conditions might not be the exact save they had in the morning, but still, there's plenty on offer for the fast bowlers with the Niv ball. It's touch too wide from Aslan. Maybe expecting the batter to chase it down. Asking him to fetch it from outside the off stump. Pushed off the back foot will be just a single. There's protection in the deep. So just a single off that over. 9 overs completed, 42 for 1. Right, so Vinod Madhushan to continue. The last over of the power play, 42 for the loss of 1 wicket. It's a good start for Commercial Bank. They don't need to do much. The required run rate is not something that they should be worrying about. There we go, 4.80. The current run rate is 4.5 runs per over. Asking the question and gone. Would you believe that? That's a very, very simple dismissal there. Just a little feathery edge. And Gimhana Ashirvada has to depart. He had no clue whatsoever. Because Vinod, or rather Vinod, is making the batter think every time he runs into ball. And Gimhana Ashirvada gets that outside edge. And a good take from Lahiru Attanayake behind the stumps, and just like that the second wicket goes down. It's 42 for 2 now. Vinod Madhushan with the breakthrough. There we go this time, just spinning it just enough to get an outside edge. He's spinning it in both ways. Being very, very unpredictable. Oh, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Against the right-hander, against the left-hander, doesn't matter. Vinod Madhushan is making it extremely difficult for the batters to survive out there in the middle. Again, that outside edge coming into play. Last ball of this over. Can he finish it off as a wicket man? Yes, he does. A superb over from Vinod Madhushan comes to an end. He picks up a wicket, 3 overs, just 3 runs and a wicket. 10 overs completed, 42 for 2.
Here's Samsudeen into his second over. The first power play done. Commercial Bank, a 42 for 2. They got off to a good start. They lost 2 crucial wickets. They lost their skipper in the previous over. Praveen Kumara Perumal holds the key here. He's 18 of 21. So far batting brilliantly. 196 required of 40 overs. The required run rate is close to 5. Here comes Aslan. Tried to play that big cover drive, but didn't time it very well. It's played uppishly, but the field was a little too deep. If there's a short extra cover field, that could have been a third for LOLC. The dot balls are piling up on Praveen Kumara Perumal. Short and punished. A boundary to Praveen Kumara Perumal. Here's the replay. It was a full toss, but just short of the boundary. Here's Aslan Samsudeen. Back off the length. Just moving into the left-hander. He was cranked up. He didn't have enough room to cut that delivery. Praveen Kumara Perumal, the set batsman for Commercial Bank. He should eye on a big one. Again. 11 done. Commercial Bank, a 46 for 2. comes the skipper, Vinut Madhushanka. Gaina Preetimal is off the mark. Off the mark with a single. Very good length and very good line. Vinod Madhushan has found his rhythm. He's very confident, looks very confident with the wicket he got in his first over. There's that big slog sweep. Could have been a couple of runs, but settle for just a single. The batter expected that to go for a boundary. It's another single down to long on. Sensible cricket. Two left-handers in the middle. The left-arm spinner is operating. The left-handers are usually likes to go after left-arm spinners, but Vinut Madhushan here has managed to keep things tight. A very good delivery, right on the money. Comes round the wicket. Tried to go for that big sweep shot, but missed out completely. 12 overs done. Commercial Bank, 49 for 2. At the end of the 12th over, Commercial Bank 49 for 2. The required run rate is almost 5 runs per over. Azlan Samsudeen continues from the other end. A right arm medium bowler. short, but the lack of pace that took that ball towards mid-off. Gaina Preetimal is a striker. He was good with the ball. Gaina Preetimal got 3 wickets. Gave Commercial Bank a very good start with the ball, but now it's time for him to shine with the bat. So far, 2 runs off 7 deliveries. A quick single down to mid-off. A risky run. Somehow managed to get in. If that was hit, it could have been a wicket for LOLC. As Praveen Kumara Peruma thought about going for a single, but decided against it. LOLC bowlers are doing brilliantly here, just bowling dot deliveries, keep putting pressure on Commercial Bank batters and make that required run rate go up. Now the required run rate is 5 runs per over. Punch off the back foot, but no run. Straight to the mid-off. $50 for 2. Commercial Bank is chasing 238. Praveen Kumara Peruma. A little bit short, but tried to go for that big pull shot, but didn't have the timing. And that's the equation. Required 187 runs in 223 deliveries. Still gettable, but the batters of Commercial Bank at the moment on the crease need to settle in. And that concludes the 13th. Commercial Bank, a 51 for 2. A bowling change. Sayuru Udukumbura is brought into the attack. A very economical bowler. The best bowling is a 4 for 14. A right arm off spinner. It's an ideal decision from LOLC to bring the off spinner into the attack since the 2 left-handers are in the middle. Did well with the bat, Sayuru Udukumbura. Played a vital knock to get LOLC to 237 when they were down 58 for 4. Now it's time to show his colours with the ball. Very good start. Right on the money. He found his length, found his line. That was spun sharply. Brilliant delivery. He gave a lot of air. flighted delivery down for another single. That was to Praveen Kumara Peruma. He's 25 off 37, going nicely. Got a decent start. He did the hard work. Needs to carry on. A big slog sweep from Gaina Preethimal. There's one bounce into the boundary. Much needed boundary for Commercial Bank. Here's the replay. That was hit hard. It was flat. A much needed boundary. Gaina Preethimal just broke the shackles. Got the underage. Going for the second. Comfortably in. Another 2 runs to Gaina Preethimal. A very good fielding and extra cover. Saved a single for sure. And 14 done. Commercial Bank 58 for 2. Another bowling change from LOLC. Shihan Fernando brought back into the attack. Aslan Samsudeen was replaced by Shihan Fernando. This is the 6th bowler they brought into the attack. LOLC. Short, wide outside the off stump. A single down to deep cover. A very good decision from Vinod Madhushan, the skipper of LOLC, to bring another off spinner. 2 left-handers are in the middle. 2 off spinners operating from both ends. This is an interesting period. Short, tried to cut, but the ball came back in with the arm. They expected to spin, but it went the other way. A slip in place, short extra cover, cover point, backward point, and deep cover is on the offside. And long off. Oh my word, oh my, what's going on in the middle? The batsman is out. He was stumped. Smart move from the wicket keeper. The batsman was on the crease. With that smart wicket keeping from Lahiru Attanayake. Commercial Bank loses the third. The 59 for 3. Attanayake is the new batsman for Commercial Bank. They just started to build a partnership, but the lack of awareness, lost concentration for a moment, cost them the third wicket. That's a big blow for Commercial Bank. It's Attanayake, the right-handed batsman. Yes, Shihan Fernando. We haven't seen a real spin from Shihan Fernando. The ball was just going straight on. Here's a replay of that previous wicket. He just dragged the foot in front, and the wicketkeeper just wait for a second and did the rest. Played uppishly, but luckily there was no fielder. And another single down to deep mid wicket. The score moves up to 60. Commercial Bank need another 178 runs. So all depends on Praveen Kumara Peruma. He's a set batsman here. He holds the anchor. Cut straight to the backward point. And 15 overs done. Commercial Bank 60 for 3. Change up bowling from LOLC captain. Sayu Rudukumura was replaced by the captain himself, Vinud Madushan. Bowled a decent spell so far. 4 overs, 1 for 6. That was too wide. Too wide outside the off stump. Slow through the air. The batsmen need to work a lot harder to hit him away. That came back in. It came back in with the arm. It's brilliant bowling from Vinud Madushan. He's mixing things up. He's playing with the batter's mind. He does not let him settle. This Lasith Attanayake cuts straight to the fielder. Another good delivery, right on the money. The captain, Vinud Madushan, is well disciplined with the ball. That's poor bowling. Down the leg side. It's good fielding at the boundary. This umpire wants to confirm. Did he touch the boundary line? The signaled wide. So replay, we can take a look at it. It was touch and go. That went straight on and the 16 overs done. Commercial Bank 64 for 3. Shihan Fernando to continue. A single down to mid-wicket. That's for Praveen Kumara Peruma, the key man here for Commercial Bank. It's very good bowling from Shihan Fernando. Just keep things tight. Just make sure he keep bowling dot deliveries to the new batsman and keep the anchor man Praveen Kumara Perum off strike. Very well left. Very well bowled. So Lasith Attanayake so far just 1 run. There's 1 run of 11 deliveries. And the required run rate is now beyond 5. It's 5.2. It took the outside edge, but just a single. Brilliant fielding. A sliding effort from the fielder. There's Shihan Fernando. Played uppishly, but safe right in the gap. Another single to end the 17th. Commercial Bank 67 for 3. Danushka Udara is brought into the attack. The 7th bowler is introduced. LOLC captain is mixing the bowlers from either ends. That's Praveen Kumara Peruma. And again, try to cut. There was not enough room to cut for Praveen Kumara Peruma. This very good bowling. Let's create the angle that tucked the left-hander. Left-handers would love to play offside strokes. A good shot, a good sweep shot for another boundary for Praveen Kumara Peruma. Gave himself some room and just logged it. There's no man back in the mid-wicket boundary. Good sweep shot for another boundary for Praveen Kumara Peruma. He moves up to 32. Commercial Bank 71 for 3. Chasing 238. A very good comeback. And that's what he tries to do. If you look at his field, a slip is in. Try to angle the ball towards the slip. Try to get the outside edge. And that's it. Chopped on. Short delivery. Try to pull it. Got the inside edge and chopped down the stumps. And Commercial Bank loses their 4th. And that's the key man, Praveen Kumara Peruma. Another one bites the dust. Here's the replay. The ball did not bounce as he expected. The man Commercial Bank needed to stay at least up until 35 to 40 overs. His depart Praveen Kumara Peruma. Well made 32. Commercial Bank in trouble. They're 71 for 4. Subudhi Kaushalya, the new batsman. The left-handed batter. Brilliant delivery. A slider from Shihan Fernando. Just went through with the arm. Lasith Attanayake, the batter, just played for the spin. That was not there. It was slide through. That was on the leg stump. Just another single. The first ball for Subudhi Kaushalya, solid behind it. Outside the off stump, just left alone. Another one just outside the off stump. Subudhi Kaushalya watchfully left it alone. Shihan Fernando into his last ball of his third over. Right on the money. Another dot delivery, and that's the end of 19th. Commercial Bank 72 for 4. Danushka Udar to continue. The man who got the prize wicket of Praveen Kumara Peruma. Brilliant. And I like this approach from LOLC skipper. Bring the short fielder in. Tries to get the wickets instead of just bowling out. This is a very good approach. And here's the hint. Lasith Attanayake, 3 of 15. He's in quite a little bit of shell. This is very good bowling from Danushka Udar. Is not giving any room for Lasith Attanayake. 3 runs of 17 deliveries. A misfield, a rare misfield from LOLC. Siddharth Mallavarachi with backward point. Has cost a single. The required run rate is almost a 5.5. So the Kaushalya just getting in, is getting used to the pace of the wicket. It's not easy to go up against Danushka Udara with the angle he generates. "20 overs gone, Commercial Bank 73 for 4. Here's another bowling change. Siddharth Mallavarachi is a new bowler. It's brought into the attack. Siddharth Mallavarachi, a genuine wicket taker, economical, left arm leg spinner. A very good start. Got the length and got the line right. Keep building dots against Lasita Narayakara. So far, just 4 singles of 19 deliveries. Another good delivery. Nothing much the batter could do. Just defend it. Siddharth Mallavarachi is not afraid to flight the ball. Just give some ball a little time, a little air. Just invite the batter to come down the track. That was a little bit quicker. He's gone. And that's the 5th. Here's a replay. That was a quicker delivery. Tried to cut the ball and chopped on. And that's the 5th for LOLC. And another one bites the dust. Lasita Narayakara departs for 4 runs. And Commercial Bank's now in a big trouble. They're 73 for 5. Anuruddha Rajapaksa, the new batsman. Here's a replay of the previous wicket. A quicker delivery that did not bounce much. The batter that should have been played with the front foot. That was not too short to go to the back foot, but he made the mistake and he paid the price. The required run rate is 5.6. Whatever the batter comes into the middle, he has a lot of pressure straight away. Slip in. Silly mid-off is placed, and that's the ideal line and length to bowl with the field. This is brilliant from Siddharth Mallavarachi. What a bowling change from the skipper. Again, it's brilliant. The current run rate is 3.5. That's way below the required run rate at the start of the inning. Siddharth Mallavarachi just started off with a wicket maiden, and 21 overs done. Commercial Bank 73 for 5. A single down to long on. Subudhi Kaushalya is off the mark. The Commercial Bank's required runs is now getting closer to the number of deliveries required. The run rate is getting closer to the runner ball. They tried to go for unnecessary strokes. They lost wickets in regular intervals. That was going down the leg. It's a big appeal from the bowler, but umpire was not interested. Here's the replay. Danushka Udara just pushed it. That was close, a close call. For me, that was straightened up a little bit. And that's it. That's the sixth. Another one bites the dust. Anuruddha Rajapaksha had no clue. He was just played all over. Here's the replay. That's a cannon ball from Udara, Danushka Udara. Anuruddha Rajapaksha. He was completely deceived by the ball. He was stuck on the crease. He departs for naught. Commercial Bank in big trouble at 74 for 6. And here the scorecard for Commercial Bank. Gimhan Dissanayake started off well, and Praveen Kumara Peruma was the talisman of Commercial Bank, was 32. Gimhan Ashirwad, the skipper, departed for 8. And then onwards, there's nothing much to talk about. Gaina Preetimal went for 9, Lasith Nanayakkara went for 4, and Anuruddha Rajapaksha just lost the wicket for naught. And with the added 10 extras, Commercial Bank 74 for 6, then a big trouble. Sachin the Gunawardana is the new batsman. Danushka Udara, he's on top. They bring more attacking fielders. They bring more close fielders. Slip, leg slip, short leg is in place. LOLC, they want to finish this off quickly. They want to take wickets. Just got the bat on ball. Sachin the Gunawardana didn't have much of a clue what comes. Try to bowl a wrong one. Five runs. These are welcome runs for Commercial Bank. Danushka Udara is mixing things up. And on that occasion, here's the replay. He tried to bowl a wrong one, but completely it went down the wrong line. He should have bowled that a little bit outside the off stump. That could come back into the right-hander. Another wide down the leg side. It's too straight from Danushka Udara. Bowled a brilliant over, but spoiled with 5 wides. Brilliant. And 22 overs done. Commercial Bank 80 for 6. Here comes Siddharth Mallavarachi, the left arm leg spinner. Subudhi Kaushalya, the man on strike. So far just 1 run off 8 deliveries. The 2 new batters, 158 runs required. Commercial Bank from here onwards need to pull off some miraculous partnerships. Subudhi Kaushalya just went down the track and just hit it to long on. Just a singles. Siddharth Mallavarachi is flighting the ball. Lahiru Attanayake, the wicket keeper, who scored a century for LOLC, is just making sure the field setup is pinpoint accurate. A little bit short from Siddharth Mallavarachi. The new batsman, Sachin the Gunawardana, just faced 4 deliveries. He need to bring the batsman forward. He need to invite the batsman to come forward and play a stroke. So no ball. And umpire signals it's a free hit. It's time for Sachin the Gunawardana to free his arms. The batter has not changed, so the LOLC skipper can't change the field. Very well hit, but just a single. The protection was there at long off boundary. LOLC have so far used 8 different bowlers in this 22 overs period. That went the other way. Subudhi Kaushal had no clue. It just played, but the ball went straight on. He expected that to spin into him. His equation need 155 off 163 deliveries. Another dot delivery to conclude the 23rd Commercial Bank 83 for 6. And here's the bowling card for LOLC. Kavishka Piris has got 1 wicket. Vinod Madhushan, the skipper, got 1 wicket. 5 overs bowled, 10 runs conceded. Shian Fernando got 1, and Danushka Udara is the pick of the bowlers, got 2 wickets, and Siddharth Pallavarachi has got 1 wicket. And the wickets have been fallen in regular intervals. And 23 overs, Commercial Banks 83 for 6. Danushka Udara to continue. A kind of a mystery spinner. So far, the Commercial Bank batters had no clue, and they didn't even know how to face, how to pick the balls of Danushka Udara. He's mixing it up. He has a lot of variation behind him. It's a carom ball, good off-spinning delivery, and a wrong one as well. So he is being asking a lot of questions from the Commercial Bank batters, and he has already got 2 wickets. Another carom ball. It just went straight on. There was a couple of short fielders, a leg slip and a short leg fielder. But now it's just a slip. Another dot delivery. So 5 dots. The required run rate is almost the runner ball. And that's a maiden from Danushka Udara. Commercial Bank 83 for 6. Sayuru Dukumbura changed his ends of bowling. Another off spinner against the left-handed batsman. Now the required run rate goes up to the runner ball. Subudhi Kaushalya, very well played, just paddled it. And a boundary to Subudhi Kaushal. Very well played. Just use the pace of the ball. Very well played. Nice paddle sweep. Commercial Bank need to get going. Sairu Dukumbura. That was too straight. With a slip in, he need to bowl more of the off stump line, off stump, fourth stump line. That's much better. That's what we were talking about. Subudhi Kaushal, the left-handed batter. A change in the field. He brought a short extra cover and a conventional extra cover as well. The two extra covers. And he bowled completely down the wrong line. That was too straight. A good sweep shot for another boundary for Subudhi Kaushal. That's the replay. Very well controlled. The head was down. So eyes on the ball. So very good sweep shot. Complete sweep shot from Subudhi Kaushal. Very well played. Here comes Sairu Dukumbura for LOLC. Good comeback. That's the length he should bowl. With the field was set up. Slip, short extra cover, backward point, deep cover. Again, too straight from Sairu Dukumbura. Easy pickings for Subudhi Kaushal. Another single down to long on, and that's the end of the halfway mark. Commercial Bank 92 for 6. Danushka Udar to continue. A quick single. Very good running between the wicket. Comes Danushka Udar. Another single. This time for Sachin the Gunawardana. There's a misfield from LOLC, a rare misfield, but just a single. That was hit hard by Subudhi Kaushal. Another good delivery from Danushka Udar. 3 singles so far in this over. Two is available. The easily complete. Very good batting from these two. 5 rounds of 5 deliveries. That's what required. At least a single for every ball they face. A quicker delivery, 2 straight, and another single. And that's the end of the 26th. A Commercial Bank, a 98 for 6. At R. Premadasa Stadium, the second ODI between Sri Lanka and Bangladesh was also happening. Here's a chance. A poor judgment from the fielder. That's Kavishka Pires at mid-on. He couldn't judge the ball. It could have been taken. Sairu. Got away with that. 2 wide outside the off stump. Good batting. Just put the ball into the gap. And with that single, the 100 comes up for Commercial Bank. It took 26 overs and 3 balls. A good sweep shot. Another 2 runs, a misfield. A rare misfield from LOLC. So far, they have made quite a few misfields throughout the game. Even from Commercial Bank, the fielding was not up to the mark. Another single down to long off, and 5 runs came in that over. 27 gone. Commercial Bank 103 for 6. Danushka Udara into his 6th over. Sachin Gunawardana was looking for a quick single, but the non-strikers and Subhuti Kaushal didn't show much interest. Danushka Udara. A single down to long off. There is a little partnership growing. Both of these batters are now very well set. Another quick single. This is quite a good passage for Commercial Bank. They got some runs. The scoreboard keeps moving. Straight to the wickets, but solidly behind it. Sachin Gunawardana. Another good delivery, but solidly defended by Sachin Gunawardana. The required run rate is now a runner ball. And another single down to long on. And that's the end of 28. Commercial Bank, 106 for 6. A bowling change. Kavish Kapiris is brought into the attack. So far he has bowled 4 overs, 1 wicket for 20. Quite expensive. He got the first breakthrough for LOLC. A very good delivery to start off his second spell. The outside edge saved Sachin Gunawardana. Just short of good length, is kept low. Samsudeen Kaushal was playing on the back foot. He expected that ball to bounce a little bit more. It's a very good wicket. That's something for the bowlers. That's very good for the batters. It's a very good pitch. Here's Samsudeen Kaushal is on strike. A flashing square cut, but couldn't get the connection. Kavishka Piris. Brilliant. A beautiful inside out. So angled across the left hand and Samsudeen Kaushal. Just went through the shot. Brilliant. Samsudeen Kaushal, he can play some shots. He's a handy middle order batsman. Smart cricket. A single, a quick single, a boundary was followed up by a single. It's a very good bowling. Beg your pardon, it's smart batting from these two. Sachin Gunawardene and Samsudeen Kaushal. They're putting up a good partnership. This is a very good passage of play for a commercial bank. Here comes Sachin Kavishka Piris running in hard. Another single down to third man. 7 runs came off that over. The end of 29th, Commercial Bank 113 for 6. Commercial Bank need another 125 runs off 126 deliveries. A runner ball. Siddharth Mallavarachi was brought back into the attack. Changed his ends. So far bowled 2 overs, 1 for 3. Beautiful delivery. A nice loop. Gave the ball some air and spun it. It was a sharp turn. Look at that. The batsman was well in. It's a very good delivery from Siddharth Mallavarachi. That was too short. That's not good cricket from Siddharth Mallavarachi. Ball a beautiful delivery, then followed up with a shorter one. You need to keep the pressure, you need to keep bowling dot deliveries. There's a good partnership is going. They're still 124 runs away, but this is gettable. Just one partnership can do this. So try to getting wickets is important for LOLC. The game is not over yet. As we have spoken earlier, cricket is a funny game. And another single to Subudhi Kaushalya. He's very well set. He's batting beautifully. This is very good bowling from Siddharth Mallavarachi. Just bowling to his field, but that was pitched up. Another single. That's for Sachinda Gunawardana. He moves up to 15. And 30 overs done. Commercial Bank 116 for 6. Here comes Kavish Kapiris, the fast bowler. He skidded through to the wicket keeper. Just try to glide the ball towards third man. A very good delivery, right on the money. Sachinda Gunawardana is solidly defended. The required run rate is now 6.2. The required run rate is going up with each dot ball they face. So Commercial Bank batters should make sure to keep the scoreboard moving and at least get a single. Here comes Kavish Kapiris. Very good shot down to third man, but just a single. Subudhi Kaushalya is on strike. Here comes Kavish Kapiris coming round the wicket for Subudhi Kaushalya. Much needed wicket for LOLC. That breaks the partnership. It was stayed low. It was a shorter delivery. Finally, they got the wicket they needed. No question about it. That's one of the easiest decisions that umpire could make. Subuddhi Kaushalya departs for well-made 21. The partnership was broken. Commercial Bank 117 for 7. There's a new batsman, Tamit Kalhar. He has a decent strike rate. The Skavish Kapiris. He got 2 wickets. Very good ball to welcome the new batsman. And that's the end of the 31st. Commercial Bank 117 for 7. Comes Siddharth Mallavarachi into his 4th over. Sachin the Gunawardhan, the man on strike. Another single down to long on. Samit Kalhar is on strike, the new batsman. Just faced 1 delivery. Tamit Kalhar get off the mark with the boundary. A flighted delivery This right on slot. It's a beautiful inside out. A very good shot to get off the mark. Solid. The final ball is coming up in this over. That went on with the arm. A batsman, I don't think he read it, but 32 overs completed. Commercial Bank 122 for 7. Comes Kavish Kapiris. Another good delivery to start off with. He's into his 7th over. It was too close to cut. Let's try to glide it towards third man. A single down to fine leg. That's 2 straight from Kavish Kapiris. Another dot delivery. Commercial Bank need 115 of 104 deliveries. Here comes Kavish Kapiris. Two straight, flicked it towards deep mid wicket. Brilliant fielding at deep mid wicket boundary. Tamit Khalhar was stylishly flicked that. This guy is capable of batting. Looks so confident. So far 6 of 7. The required run rate is 6.58. It's very good batting from Commercial Bank. Tamit Khalhara seemed to be a busy cricketer. He's working the ball And 33 overs done. The umpires calling for drinks. It's 126 for 7. Here's the batting effort from Commercial Bank so far. On top, Gimhan Dissanayake scored 10. Praveen Kumara Peruma scored 32 with 5 boundaries. Gimhan Ashirwad, the skipper, is departed for 8. Gayana Preethimal scored 9. Lasitha Ranayakara just managed to get 4. Subuddhi Kaushalya, he made 21. Anuruddha Rajapaksha went for naught. Sachin Gunawardhan is not out on 18. And Tamit Kalhara is 7 of 8. With the added 17 extras, Commercial Bank at the end of 33 overs, 126 for 7. Is the bowling of LOLC. Kavish Kapiri's got 2 wickets for 26 for 32. Eranda Madhushanka is bowled 2 overs for 17. Vinod Madhushan, the skipper, got 1 wicket for 10. Aslan Samsudeen, Sairu Dukumbura is yet to get off the wicket. Shihan Fernando got 1 wicket. Siddharth Mallavarachi got another wicket. And Danushka Udara got 2 wickets. And the fall of wickets was 1 at 16. The second wicket fall at 42. Third one at 59. Fourth wicket at 71. Fifth at 73. Sixth wicket at 74. And seventh wicket at 117. From 6th wicket to 7th, they added 43 runs partnership. Commercial Bank need another 112 runs off 102 deliveries. The required run rate is 6.59. Siddharth Mallavarachi to continue. We are in the 34th over of the game. Commercial Bank is chasing 238. Inside edge, just another single. Another single down to long off. Siddharth Mallavarachi is bowling his 5th over. So far got 1 wicket for 13. Requires 110 of 100 deliveries. right on the money. Just keep things tight. The required run rate is 6.67. They need 110 runs in 99 balls. That's the equation. The singles and defensive strokes won't help them. They need boundaries. They need big shots. But they don't have enough wickets in hand, and that's a problem for Commercial Bank at the moment. 2 deliveries to go in this over. Another dot delivery. It's not spinning the ball, it just comes along with the arm. So the batsman expect that to turn. But it's not there. Here comes Siddharth. Right into the block hole. And that concludes the 34th. Commercial Bank 129 for 7.
Right, so 34 overs, completed 129 runs on the board for the last 7 wickets. Commercial Bank in all sorts of trouble at the moment. But they have Sachin Gunawardhan, who's out there in the middle, 19 of 43, has been going well. A lot of hard work to be done now. 109 runs required. It's a steep hill that they have to climb at the moment. And I like this move to bring the captain, bringing himself in. He's been one of their main strikers with the ball in hand all throughout this tournament. It's just a very tricky ball, isn't he, to deal with. He's always mixing up, spinning it both ways, very slow through there sometimes, and sometimes he gets one to dart in. So he has all sorts of armory, or rather weapons in his armory that he's going to use against any batter. There we go. Perfect. Is exactly what we need. The kind of deliveries that you would want to see at this stage of the game to put the pressure on. Vinod Madhushan bowling his 6th over, just 10 runs. And he picked up a wicket as well. Bottom edge. Hamid Kalhara will pick up a single. It has been a real struggle for Commercial Bank, especially the middle order couldn't really get anything solid out of them. As a result, 130 for the last 7 wickets at the moment. Good bit of field in that. Yeah, that's a good over. Just 1 run coming off from that over from Vinod Madhushan. 35 overs completed, 130 for 7. Punched on the ground. Maybe just a single. Cut away. Oh, misfields. Misfields. Coming back for the second run. My goodness, that was not the best of the fielding efforts there from the fielder at point. Driven away quite nicely for another single. They're dealing in singles that won't really hurt Commercial Bank at this stage of the, or rather LOLC at this stage of the game. 36 overs completed, 135 for 7. Vinod Valdushan back with the ball in hand. That's up in there. Safe shot down the ground. Will be just a single. The dealing in singles. As I mentioned earlier, getting those singles won't really hurt LOLC at this stage of the game, because they don't have much wickets in hand. 136 for 7. A wicket or two here will seal the game pretty much for LOLC. Just need to make sure that eventually that they end up taking at least a wicket or two within the next 4 to 5 overs, so that things will, as I mentioned earlier, will be sealed for LOLC. That's a good looking shot. That might just run away for a boundary. Yes, it does. Tamit Kalhara, I was just touched too straight onto the pads and swept away quite nicely all the way towards the boundary. Good delivery once again. That one where it bounces off the surface, surprising the batter, surprising the wicketkeeper. That odd bounce. I've seen that happening off the bowling of Vinod Madhushan quite a lot. 37 overs done, 143 for 7. They're keeping things simple at the moment, Commercial Bank. These two batters, I mean, they got that boundary in the previous over. But things have been going well for these two batters. Now, they've been out there for some time. Sachinder, 24 of 52, and Tamit Kalhar, 17 of 21. So they've been out there for some time, putting up some sort of a partnership, which might actually start to hurt a bit for LOLC. What these two batters need to do is to bat deep as much as they can. They only need 95 more runs to win. And to do that, after this over, they'll be having 12 overs. Not going to be easy, but still, they've got to make sure that they're giving their 100% out there in the middle in order to chase this target down. Now, this is what happened. Oh, then an awkward twist of the ankle for sure. How costly would that be? Because Azlan is a fast bowler, can operate. Did bowl a couple of overs. Right, so he's been walked out of the field and a replacement is in place for him. Very solid Sachinder. He was good with the ball in hand. With the bat, he's proving to be a good asset for Commercial Bank. 24 of 54. That middle overs really changed the whole momentum of this game. It was the bowlers from LOLC. It was a collective effort from the bowlers as they ripped apart this Commercial Bank middle order. How is that from Siddharth? Faster and a rank turner. 38 overs done. 143 for 7. Good run in between the wickets there. Good communication. These two batters seems to have a good understanding. Now, this is what happened when you spend some time out in the middle. He was firmly struck. A good bit of fielding as well down in the deep. Asking the question this time. Nothing there from the umpire. Vinod Madhushan always creating opportunities. And Tamit Kalhara trying to play across the line of the delivery. Yeah, probably sliding down the leg side. Oh! Once again, a good delivery there. Was just missing that outside. Or rather, the off stump for sure. The batsman didn't really offer a shot. So the impact could be outside the off stump. And that won't be a problem. It's just missing the off stump entirely. Cut away nicely for just a single though. Four runs coming off from that over. 39 overs done. 1 for 7 for 7. Siddharth to continue to bowl the 40th over. Right into the block hole, had to dig it, which he did. So the two on-field umpires for today's game, Mr. Darshan Pereira and Mr. Sanjeev Dias out there in the middle. And amateur referee for today's game, Mr. Basil Pereira as well, has been officiating the proceedings. Oh, that was a good delivery. Took the leading edge. Went up in there. No harm done. Not going to be easy to bat. Now, the spinners slowly but steadily finding some grip of these conditions here at most grounds. It's going to be a tricky session, this last 10 overs.
Good bit of fielding. Stopped a certain couple there for sure. 40 overs completed, 152 for 7. That's up in there. That good bit of fielding. Really good bit of fielding down in the deep. Stopped a certain boundary. And a really good recovery as well. Superbly done. Struck down the ground. Was looking for that boundary. There we go. Superb. That was slightly fuller there from Vidun Badush. This came down the track and pounded it down the ground. Punched off the back foot. Looking for a single. .41 overs completed. LOLC tightening their grip in this game. Commercial Bank 158 for 7. They need 80 more runs to win this game.
Right, so Danushka Udara back with the ball in hand. A good bowling change, I suppose, to bring the strike bowler back. 2 wickets for 21 runs in 6 overs. He's been the standard performer with the ball in hand. And let's see what kind of impact he can do with the ball in hand. A single taken, driven across. Both these batters, Tamit Kalhara on 23 of 32 and Sachinder on 35 of 66. Putting out some resistance, putting out some good fight. Plenty of single options. It's a pretty much spread out field for both the batters, Sachinder and Tamit Kalhara. So there's a lot of options where you can exploit areas where you can exploit to get those 1s and 2s. Playing a single game here, both these batters just happy to take those singles. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of open areas for them to get those ones. So not taking any risks at the moment, which is the right thing, understandably. If Commercial Bank is to have a chance of, getting these remaining runs, these 2 batters need to be out there in the middle. And that's the end of the over. 6 singles coming off from that over. 27 off of his 7 overs from Danushka. 42 overs completed, 164 for 7. Caught away again for a single. One thing to look back into LOLC's innings as they managed to get 230 after a very sluggish start. It's just they change their gears at appropriate times, and that is something that most of the teams fail to do. They fail to change the gears of the game. They were very slow at the start, very sluggish at the start, LOLC, as only the run rate was around 2 and 2.5 runs per over until we went to around 8 to 10th over. Now that's up in there. Chance. Oh, the ball just fell right in the middle of 3 fielders. Whose chance was that? It was up in the air for some time. So 3 fielders converging in and nobody's committing. You can see the body language of the LOLC fielders, the bowlers, the wicketkeeper. Just they're frustrated a lot because they have not been able to pick up this wicket and to break this partnership. That's the end of this over as well. 43 overs completed, 169 for 7. That's a good shot. That's gone all the way for a boundary. Just couple of bounces and into the boundary line it goes. And Sachinder moves into 43 now. Just touched to full and driven quite nicely. It was up in the air for some time, but it was a safe shot, a safe option. So as I mentioned early in the previous row, you can see the body language of the players, you can see the body language of the bowlers. The captain is frustrated because this partnership has now come to a stage where it starts to bother the fielding side. The LOLC is got 7 wickets. They're only 65 runs away from victory. But this partnership with 2 set batters out in the middle, the threat is always there. Just 65 more runs to get. And these 2 batters have put together a fine partnership, which I'm sure is worth somewhere around 30 to 40 runs. Because at the moment, LOLC is not posing any threats to either of these 2 batters. They're just getting those singles, they're getting those boundaries. Whenever an opportunity is presented, they're going for it. They're getting those 1s and 2s. So it's high time for LOLC captain Vinuth and for the rest of the team members to come up with a plan to negate this problem that they're facing at the moment. Just like that. Look at that. Just step and run. So already 5 runs from this over with 1 more delivery to go. You can see the required run rate has now creeped up to 10.5 runs per over. And that is something that will bother and that will keep the minds clear of LOLC. Now that's up in there. A chance just on the bounce there. It's a couple of runs. You can see that that required run rate has gone up to 10.5 runs per over, and the batters are now trying to get some quick runs on the board, which is not going to be easy in these conditions, but we'll see. 44 overs completed, 176 for 7. My bad for saying that the partnership would be around 30 to 40. It's 59 already between Sachin Gunawardhan and Tamit Kalhara. It's a very fine partnership with almost equal contributions from both the batters. 28 from Sachin then and 30 from Tamit Kalhara. The best of the partnerships in this innings for commercial. Right, so a lot of discussions. You can see the body language of the players from LOLC. It tells you the story. It tells you how frustrated they are at the moment. This partnership is starting to bother them. They know they're just 62 runs away from victory. They know that they only got 6 more overs remaining as well. So that run rate is on LOLC's side. But it's cricket, anything can change. Just a couple of blows, that required run rate will come down to below 10 runs per over. And all of a sudden you see the fielding side pressured, not knowing what to do. That's not a very good position to be in, especially come the next 5 overs, which would be the last 5 overs of this innings. That's down the ground. Oh my goodness. That's the last thing you want to see from your fielders. What was that? Down in the deep, plenty of time for the fielder. He saw the ball coming in miles away, so plenty of time for him to settle. My goodness. That's an awful sight. So 4 runs of the very first delivery of the over, and now the pressure is on Siddharth. The ball just kept low. That's a good shot. And one bounce into the boundary line. It goes. Let's see whether it's gone all the way for a 6 or a 4. Yeah, it's been signaled as a 4. I think just bounced before the boundary rope. But that's a good, fine shot. There we go. Charging down the ground once again. Right in between the 2 fielders. Long on and long off. Straight enough to pierce them. 9 runs coming off from this over. 53 off 32. See, this is what I mentioned. Just a couple of boundaries and the required run rate now less than 10 runs per over. (53 off 32). It's anyone's game right now. This is what we wanted to see. This is what you wanted to see. Just on the bounce, straight towards the mid-wicket fielder, will be just a single. So 10 runs coming off from this over. You need to finish things off strongly here. Sachin though on 49 of 78 deliveries. Can he get to his half century? But most importantly, can he guide his team home? It's within their range now. Oh. And there we go. That's the half century for Sachinda Gunawardena. A real rescue man. More of a crisis man for Commercial Bank. Came in at a time where the team was struggling with wickets, losing one after another. And look at this partnership that he has built alongside Tamit Kalhara. Certainly taking Commercial Bank within the range of a victory here. 45 overs completed, 5 more to go. 187 for 7 and 51 runs required of the last 5 overs.
51 off the last 5. Tanush Kudara. That's a good looking shot there. And it's a 6. Sachinder Gunavardhana is certainly making a statement here. He moves up to 56. Down on one knee. Playing it across the line of the delivery. Just enough legs there to get it all the way towards a 6. So the previous over started off with a 4 and now this over with a 6. Of 44 of 27 now. 7 runs off this over. Got 3 more deliveries. What can Thamit Kalhara do? He's on 35 of 41 as well. Fielding has been a real struggle for LOLC. Even commercial, the fielding was not up to the standards and we saw many fielding errors being done, a lot of overthrows. Another single taken. This is good from both the batters. 9 runs now with 1 more delivery to go. Ten runs from that over of Danushka. 46 overs completed. 197 for 7. .41 runs required of 24. It's been a real comeback from a Commercial Bank. One stage with 6 down for 70 odd runs, and to get into this game and to come within the range of victory, it's not something you would see often. And that is exactly what we've seen here at Moores Sports Club grounds as Commercial Bank. 197 for 7 now. 41 runs away from victory. If they can win this, it'll be a comeback for the ages for Commercial. Confusions all around there. It was struck firmly down the ground, but I don't think there was any contact of the hand of the bowler. These are still the early days in this tournament. Teams having played only a couple of matches, but these are really crucial ones, crucial wins. When you set the tone early on in the tournament, it makes it easy. Now that's through the gap. Have to look for the second run. Got to hurry. Now this is really good run in between the wickets. It was right in the gap between the two fielders. Long on and mid-wicket. Plenty of ground to cover for both the fielders, but in the end, home safely. It's very hot and humid out there. He's been out there for some time. That is Sachin, I'm sure. He's been batting for 83 deliveries. Not an easy task. They've been getting those, especially these two batters, they've been getting those singles. They've been running hard. So I'm sure extra bit of stress on those legs. Probably some cramps and few massages and few sprays will do the trick, hopefully. .199 runs on the board, 39 runs required of 22 deliveries. It's anyone's game. It's evenly poised, evenly balanced between Commercial Bank and LOLC. LOLC badly need a wicket here. A wicket will open up the path to victory for LOLC. Right, so we're back. Hamid Kalhara is on 39. Punch on the ground. .200 for 7, 38 more runs required, 21 deliveries remaining. They need a boundary here. Kavish Kapir has been good. 35 for 2 in 7.3 overs. That's a good looking shot. My goodness. That's a brilliant catch. That all happened in a very, very fast way. Even I couldn't really
get the whole action of what exactly happened there, but that just went in a flash, and that was a really, really good catch. Let's have a look at it again. It was struck firmly right off the middle of the bat. Ah, yes, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Couldn't get the elevation he was looking for. The idea was right. It's just that the execution was not perfect from Sachin. The elevation was not there. He was trying to get it over the head of that fielder, but couldn't really do it. And that's a good catch there from Danushka, if I'm not mistaken. So Sachin is gone for 58, a well-made 58. A superb knock there from from Sachin. He was good with the ball and good with the bat as well. Certainly took Commercial Bank to the verge of a wonderful comeback victory. Right, it's 200 for 8 now. 38 more runs required. It's a new batter who will be on strike. And now once again the odds are in favor of LOLC. Just 3 runs from this over. The required run rate almost 11.5 runs per over. It's not going to get easy. It's a steep mountain that is there to climb for Commercial Bank from here onwards. As a juicy full toss being straight into the fielder's hands. For a moment I thought he had enough elevation to get it over the head of the fielder. Just not enough elevation. Last ball of this over, a good one. So just a single to finish things off, just 4 runs coming off from that over. Superb over from Kavish Kapiri's 47 overs done, 201 for 8. "37 runs required of the last 3 overs. A tough ask for Commercial. Well, we'll see, it's cricket. Anything's possible. Right, so Danushka is back with the ball in hand. He's going to bowl his last over. 44. Right, so Dushan Nelaka was good with the ball in hand. Let's see what he can do with the bat. Oh, that's down the ground, and that's all the way for a 6. Just the 3rd ball he faced, and that was just too full there from Danushka. It was asking to be hit. There we go, just touch too full and full swing on the bat, just enough to get it all the way towards a 6. Brilliant strike. They need more of those for sure. He's a powerful guy. You can see Dushan. The idea was right there from Kalhara. I was way behind. Not a clean take there from Lahiru. Has not been given as a wide there. Last ball of this over. He's punched on the ground. Got to hurry. Just a single, 9 runs coming off from that over. 28 runs required of for the last 2 overs. Right, so 28 runs required of the last 2 overs. It's going to be a fast bowler. Right, so it's the last couple of overs. Here we go. That's right in the block call. Kavish Kapiris. And it's taken. That's a good catch. And it's Danushka once again. He's not going to drop out those. He's an excellent fielder. Tamit Kalhara just not really committed to the shot. It was just a half of a shot, I would say. There we go. Just one hand coming off of the hand, or rather the handle. And he's gone for 48, 41. Tamit Kalhara, well made 41, but just not enough to finish things off for his team. But the valuable thing about the Commercial Bank, this partnership, is that this partnership took Commercial Bank to the verge of a victory. Now they're just 27 runs away from victory. Now mind you, they came to this position at one stage, they were 70 for the loss of 6 wickets. So from that situation to come to 211, just 27 runs shy of victory, now that will affect the net run rate a lot in this tournament. Still the early days, as I mentioned earlier, so we have plenty to play for. So coming closer to the target will help a lot. That's gone all the way, is it? No, it's a boundary, it's a 4. So to come back to the point, it's very, very crucial that Commercial Bank came closer to the total as much as possible, because that net run rate will play a crucial role when we move ahead in this tournament, when we move to the latter part of this tournament. Right, so 5 runs already from this over. Got 3 more deliveries. What can Pasindu Denipiti do? He was good with the ball, but can he finish things off with the bat as well? Punch down the ground. Just a single.
That's a good delivery. Right, so that's the end of the over. 49 overs completed. 21 runs required of the last over. It's 217 for 9. Right, so who's got a ball that last over? A lot of discussions, a lot of planning. At one stage, I'm sure LOLC was relaxed. 70 for 6. We're going to win this anyway. We're going to win this big. But look at where they're now. This is the unpredictability of cricket. This is what they call the game of cricket. It's just full of uncertainty. You just need a couple of partnerships, couple of overs to settle things down. And once that's settled, you're in for a treat. We're in for a treat. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you all the live action right from ball number 1 to this last over. This MCA C Division. LOLC versus Commercial. 21 runs required for Commercial Bank. Here we go, the last over. Off the edge, and it runs away for a boundary. Well. At this stage, they don't really mind how they come as long as they be counted at 4 runs. Off the edge. Another boundary. You can't set a field for that. 9 runs from the first 3 deliveries. It's game on here at Moose. .226 for 9 now. That was a very thick edge and no chance of the fielder. Right, so now there's a change in field. So we have a deep third man in position, a deep point, long on and long off in position, and a deep mid-wicket as well. So we got 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Yeah, so 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. A backward point inside the 30-yard circle, a square leg inside the 30-yard circle. That's pretty much it.
Ah, it's been called wide. My goodness. 10 runs now. Iranda under tremendous pressure now. That's a good looking shot, but there's a fielder in the deep and he drops it. Coming back for the second run. That could have been the game for LOLC. That was a tough one. But here we go. And they're running. This could be it. There we go. That's the game for LOLC. It's been a superb game of cricket here at Moors. LOLC had to fight right till the last over. It's a win, but not the kind of win that they were looking for. They were looking for a very comfortable victory, but not to be. That's the game of cricket. That's the uncertainty of cricket. And it's been on full display here at Moors. Superb effort from both the teams. Remember, Commercial Bank at one stage were 6 down for 70 odd runs, and now they've lost by only 9 runs. So they have given a fight. They have given a great fight, and this will really help them when it comes to that net run rate in the latter part of this tournament. A superb game of cricket for sure. We enjoyed it, and I'm sure that you all have enjoyed it as well. .229 for the all out in just 49.5 overs. It's 58 runs. Sachin Gunawardene 58 of 84 deliveries, and Tamit Kalhara 41 of 49, and then Praveen Kumar Peruma 32 of 47. Standard performance. It was that late resistance there from Sachin Gunawardene and Tamit Kalhara that really took this game to the last over, the last ball of the last over, and 19 extras as well. So 229 all out in 49.5 overs, and Commercial Bank will be pretty disappointed with the effort, especially from the top order. And looking into the bowling performances, Kavish Kapiris, 4 wickets for 43. And a couple of wickets for Danush Gudara as well, 2 wickets for 53. And look at that, 74 for the loss of 6 wickets. And from there onwards, next wicket going down at 117 and then at 200. It was that partnership that really took this game to this long. So LOLC will be pretty happy with their efforts. So 229 all out in 49.5 overs. So having a look at the highlights, it started off pretty well, runs coming off, but wickets started to tumble one after another, and that was the time period where LOLC were looking comfortable out there in the middle. Some superb cricket was played from both sides. Right from the start to the very end, both the teams gave their 100%. Some good catches being taken, but a lot of fielding errors from both the sides. That is something that we have noticed as well. Throughout this match, there were plenty of overthrows, plenty of fielding errors. And that was Vinuda, superb. That was the first blood for LOLC. It was a wonderful comeback from Commercial Bank at one point. At one stage, as I mentioned earlier, Commercial Bank were 74 for the loss of 6 wickets, and they were all out of this game. And LOLC thought that they had this game in their hands, but look where we ended up, right into that last over. Last ball of the last over, just losing the match by 9 runs, and it has been a comprehensive performance from both the teams. But credits should go to LOLC with the bat, putting up a good total of 237, batting first
after winning the toss, 237 runs. It's always a good total on the board, but then to grab all those wickets early on, 74 for the loss of 6 wickets, you would want to see your team in a really, really comfortable position. But that late resistance there from the 2 batters really shook the conditions for LOLC, but in the end they just got their job done, making this match a win under their belt. So it's been a really good performance from both the teams. We enjoyed it, and I'm sure you all enjoyed it as well. Some good performances with that. We got Lahiru Attanayake scoring a superb century and couple of half centuries as well to light up those batting cards. Sachin was quite impressive. He was good with the ball as well, and he was good, extremely good, I would say, with the bat in hand. Really took the game into these last few overs and gave Commercial Bank a real valid chance of winning this match, but not to be at the end as wickets started to tumble one after another. And that last over was a pretty intense last over as well. Couple of boundaries off the edges, and then a wicket being dropped down as well, or a catch being dropped as well. But then at the end of the day, this run out sealed the deal for LOLC. So it's been a really good performance, and we enjoyed it here at Moore Sports Club. And winning the toss, LOLC made 237 for the loss of 8 wickets in their 50 overs. It was a superb century from Lahiru Attanayake. It was a slow start for him, but he just scored up really well and scored a runnable century. And then Sairu Dukumbura, 44 of 91 with the ball in hand. Gayana Preetimal picking up 3 for 56. And Commercial Bank in reply, 229 all out, as some superb work there from Sachin Gunawardana, 58 of 84, and Tamit Kalhara, 41 of 29. And with the ball, Kavish Kapir is picking up 4 for 43. So it's a win by 9 runs for LOLC. So we had a good game of cricket here at Moore Sport Club. So we have plenty of matches coming in this MCA C Division tournament, and Sporty.lk is ready to bring you all the live action across different grounds across Sri Lanka. So stay tuned with us, and we hope to see you very, very soon with another MCA C Division match. And until then, it's goodbye from Sporty.lk live from Moore Sports Club.